there are honorable members who have indicated to me that they may want to be released at some time during the proceedings, and I have granted them the permission. But I will try and give them chance reasonably to speak before they leave. Can we get ourselves organized, honorable members here? No, Honorable Skosana, those chairs are movable. You can get one between Honorable Mwango and Honorable Nomba. Yes. Yeah. Honorable members, can you just share with us why today you decided to be in the front seats? Okay. You are welcome to the front line. Thank you so much. Senior Counsel, can we proceed?
Good morning.
I want to check if you are ready for us to proceed.
Yes, we are, and we obviously in your hands.
Yeah.
Now.
General?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, Honorable Chair and members. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable James had requested me that she may want to be released at 10 o'clock. I'm going to give her an opportunity to ask questions now. And today, Honorable James, I'm not allocating time for alternates. I'm just being merciful. Yeah, thank you so much. When I'm saying I'm not allocating time, I mean, I'm not saying that your time is 10 minutes, but surely it is below that. There is no 10 minutes limit today. There is something below 10 minutes.
That's
because
fine.
Let me tell you why. After you finish speaking, the watch stops running. We wait for the general to respond, and you find that your question is only 3 seconds. And then once he answers, you fill the question, the clock runs like that. So when he responds, he is not eating on your time. Your clock would have stopped at the time he starts responding. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
So can we use this time profitably? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning to all the honorable members. Good morning to you, National Commissioner. Let me get straight to the point. Anyone holding position of National Commissioner should be beyond reproach. Do you agree, sir?
I do agree, Honorable Chair.
Are you beyond reproach?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
You believe that the position you hold is probably one of the most powerful in South Africa?
Well, that's correct.
Is that correct? You are a very powerful man. Is that correct?
Not a very powerful man. No.
Sir, General
The
Mkhwanazi,
position of authority, Honorable.
General Mkhwanazi, I don't want us to water this down. We must know if you are fit to do this job. General Mkhwanazi in his statement said that you are probably one of the most powerful people in South Africa. and South Africans' lives are dependent and safety is dependent on you. So we can't have words such as probably or maybe or whatever. We need to know if you are fit for this position. So yes or no, sir?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you,
fit for the
gentlemen.
job, thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yes or no? Do you believe that undue political interference by the minister should be tolerated?
Just repeat the question, Honorable.
Do you believe that undue wrongdoings by the minister should be tolerated?
No, Honorable Chair, it shouldn't be tolerated.
Do you believe that pushback towards an instruction from a minister could cost you your job?
I believe it should cost me my job, but I don't mind if I have to lose my job.
Then why did you not tell the minister directly that his instruction is unlawful?
Honorable Chair, quite a number of times, I told the minister, why are you closing the team? And he just gave no reasons.
But it was an unlawful act
Well,
because it was operational. He was getting involved in operational matters.
well, according to me, yes, but of course, I think it is up to the committee at the end of the day to decide whether is it really unlawful or is not. But for me, that's how I interpreted it, to say, I think it's going beyond his scope. And hence I told him that I did emphasize that what are the reasons for this closing of the team? He might, the directive was not a request, it was a direct instruction. And they said, well, maybe he can give that, maybe he might not have that power, but what were the reasons? Why are you doing this? And unfortunately, I couldn't get answers.
Insi, earlier on you said that you are beyond reproach. Your response does not reflect that. Because you are now speaking about, in your statement, winding down. That is not a beyond reproach. That is not reflective of being beyond reproach. Do you believe the political killing stars team was adding value?
Well, that I believe and I know that it was adding value.
So why are you winding it down? Is that not ultimately giving in to the minister?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that Honorable Chair, the minister was determined, well, he issued a directive to close the team. And in the absence of me not knowing what are the reasons, I kept on saying, but why are you doing this? And I then came with the plan that, well, if he's doing it, let me then rather come up with an alternative to say, you rather wind it down, not close it the way you do.
NC, that is giving in to the minister. That is allowing political interference in operational matters. Do you agree?
Well, my belief is yes, but I'm not sure what is his view and the view of everyone.
We are not interested in the minister's view right now. We are interested in who you are. The minister made a wrong decision. You should have stood up to it. You didn't, and that is a problem for South Africa.
But one thing, Honorable Chair, is that the team was never closed. It is still operational even up to this day. I did everything that I could do, and there was no door where I didn't went to. I engaged him several times, and he shut the door. You'd recall on the 16th of January, I met the minister on other matters. We discussed those. And in the process, I raised this matter again. And he shut the door to say, no, there is a due date for submitting the report, submit the report, then we can talk. After submission of the report, there was no talk until we were in Cape Town on the 6th of March. We discussed again there, again at that meeting, right at the beginning of the meeting, I said, Minister, tell these officers, why are you shutting down the team? Because I don't see the reason why you should do it. And there were no real cogent reasons that came about. But one thing which I did, I came up with that alternative that rather than let me just wind down, because this directive looked very suspicious. So rather let me come up with the strategy of winding down. Maybe one will end up finding the reasons for the closure of this team or the disbandment of the team. And eventually at the end of the day, we end up finding out the reasons. And also, I do take what the Honorable Minister is saying, but however, the instruction was not given in secret. It was out, yes, and for some reason it was leaked to the media on the 31st of December 2024, and everyone who's sitting here, members of the public, honorable members, also saw the instruction, I'm sure, and those that really had interest in the political killings, I believe they should have also saw that something is wrong. And I'm definitely sure, Honorable Chair, that if, just giving a scenario, if this instruction was about the disbandment of a task team that was investigating farm matters, I can guarantee you, before the 3rd of January, all association and organization around agriculture, they should have rise up to this matter, because they would have seen it in public, they should have done something. But this very one, everyone, all analysts that are the best of today analyzing, including members of this house, it was quite okay. I did the best I could alone, and I tried my best. But if I have to be blamed today, well, I accept, but I did my best. And as we speak today, the political killings task team is still existing, is still working. Never mind, yes, I might have done it differently. Anyone will have an opinion how best you could have handled it. But I handled it my way, and I eventually was able to pick up what were the reasons why is the minister doing this, and the team is still there, is functioning. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Do you believe that it was the minister's intention to close the political killings task team? Or the instruction should have actually been towards the counterintelligence task team? Because that was the team that was rattling his cages. That was the team that was actually investigating these drug cartels. That was the team that was investigating the people paying for his guests to January 8th statement. Do you believe that there was confusion because it was the 10 members from the political killings task team that was deployed to counter? Do you believe that the minister shot himself in his own foot because he didn't actually understand?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, today, as we are sitting here, indeed, I agree with you, Honorable Member. The intention was for closing whoever will be dealing with the counterintelligence operation in Gauteng. But remember, myself and you that time, we were all not aware what the main intention here is. It is only after the confiscation of Mr. Nhlanhla's phone in May and later in June when, because it was, I think, 14 May, Mr. Nhlanhla was arrested. The team took quite some time to analyze what is on the phone. Only later, now we have the advantage on a hindsight to know actually what was happening. But that time, we didn't know.
Okay.
I just had suspicion something is cooking here, but I didn't know what it is.
And today it shows that your suspicions were correct. It shows that the minister wanted to put a stop. The minister, the ANC minister, wanted to put a stop to investigations pertaining to a drug cartel that has captured our country. Is that correct?
No, Honorable Chair, is not
Sir.
the Minister of the ANC, is the Minister of Police in the Republic of South Africa.
Deployed by the ANC.
Well, that, yes.
We need to identify where these people come from. We need to identify where it comes from, where the rot comes from. We can't be pussyfooting. Our children are dying. Yesterday, a 4-year-old child died in Mitchell's Plain. Monday, a boy was kicking his grandmother's head around because of drugs. Tuesday, a boy was chopping his mother with a shovel because of drugs. We need to understand who are the enablers that's doing this. We're not here to play games. These people are ANC aligned. It's been going on for 2 years. You and I know each other for over 10 years. We're here to rot them out, and we must name them. So don't come here, ANC. I have great respect for you and speak about winding down and say that you are beyond reproach. You did not protect South Africans. You exposed us to drug cartels. The minister told you, closed his door to you. We should be closing the door to the minister.
Honorable member, the chairperson has exercised his mercy for you to ask questions. And I know this is a chamber where we usually debate, but let's not debate the issue. Let's interact with the police commissioner.
Apologies, Chair. I want to ask the counterintelligence operational team, how many cases do they have, NC? And what are the case types, mainly those case types? Because we want to determine here what the minister was actually trying to stop.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I do not have the figures with me, but it's quite a number of cases. It's cases around murders, attempted murder. There will be also cases of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. And there will be cases of fraud and corruption. Yeah, but the number, I don't have it with me. Thanks. And most of those cases are the cases, as you have seen, the cases that are around Nhlanhla's appearance, Nhlanhla, and also cases around KT Molefe. Those are the type of cases, but I don't have the figure, but it is those type of cases, murders, attempt, possession of firearms and ammunition, illegal possession, or dealing in drugs and or manufacturing of drugs. So the case are still under investigation. Thanks.
General, I want to touch on one final aspect regarding the works of SAPS. In a system where whistleblowers are not adequately protected, whistleblowers such as Babita, do you believe that you have failed Babita?
No, I don't believe I failed her.
Were you aware of the fact that she was a whistleblower?
Only after she was murdered, one became aware.
How strong is your intelligence in this country?
Well, the intelligence, they are doing their work, but of course, the intelligence would not know what a whistleblower is going to say, probably. They won't know that.
Intelligence, are they not supposed to pick up on crime that is sort of brewing, the things that hasn't been brought to the front yet? Is that not the intention and the purpose of intelligence, is to garner information?
It is.
and to gather information?
It is to collect and gather intelligence, yes.
So they did not know.
No, obviously, I don't know the details of the intricacies of that case and the detail of the case. I don't know it.
Since Babita's death, what have you put in place to ensure that you protect whistleblowers?
Well, whistleblowers, I know that there is legislation that is on its way to Parliament now by Department of Justice around whistleblowers. And from our side, if there are whistleblowers within the organization or whoever, we do provide whatever assistance we can do. But currently, by and large, there is no real mechanism for protection of whistleblowers. And unfortunately, of course, whistleblowers, remember, it doesn't necessarily mean you must go out in public and say whatever you say, but it means you go to authorities, you inform them what you know and what is happening, because your safety is quite important.
I think right now authorities has been compromised. Authorities, they are the criminals based on where we're sitting. So we cannot go to authorities. So how do we protect whistleblowers? If the minister himself, the head, is stopping drug cartels, and today you are saying that whistleblowers must go to SAPS. Does that make sense, General?
Well, I think you are, through you, Honorable Chair, the honorable and honorable members, we should at least take pride that which they intended that it happened, it didn't happen. We're able to stop it, and we were investigating, and we arrested people. They are the people in court, and we even discovered more. The current Ket Nhlanhla, we discovered 18 more cases that were there lying all over, and they are brought now. They are being investigated, and you'll be facing all those cases. So we have done something, and we are still doing something with a view to deal with the matter.
And this is the team, the counterintelligence operation that the minister wanted to close down. Yeah. I want to ask you in closing, do you believe the minister must be arrested?
No, I can't express an opinion on that. There is a case that is being investigated. I think you heard from General Mkhwanazi when he was here, that Honorable Chair, that there is a case that is being investigated, and one cannot comment on cases that are still under investigation.
I think my final question, do you believe the people from the Cape Flats deserves an operation like the political killings task team, since the numbers on the Cape Flats triples that of the political killings task team, and the political killings task team has been made permanent. It has been ongoing since 2018. The killings on the Cape Flats has been ongoing for 3 decades. That is linked to the rest of the country, that cripples the economy of the country, because you have a concentrated section belonging to where you see mainly colored people that contribute 6% to this population, contributing the highest counts of murder and crimes to the national statistics. Do you not believe that that too, since it impacts South Africans and investment, do you not believe that this province deserves, the people are worthy of an operation that is focused on rooting out drugs?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Well, coming to matters of Cape Flats, the Honorable Member would be aware that we have been deploying this province since many years ago. As far as 1996, 97, during those time of Pagat, we have been deploying this province. and changing strategies. I do agree currently, as we speak, there is over 200 police members that are in this province of Western Cape that are not belonging here. They come from other provinces to come and assist in this province. And also, we look at the strategies that we have been using, and everyone, I'm sure, knows that we arrested most of these top leaders of these very cartels. As we speak, Modak is inside, he has been sentenced, he's still facing more. There's quite a number of them that we have arrested. And also, I think at some point somewhere last year, we even commended how the media is being used and how the media is being used and also to the detriment of the public when we have the Stanfield and his wife arrested. We went to that court with the former minister myself. I don't know whether you picked it up through Honorable Chair that after that court appearance, there was never an article in the media about his arrest and his appearance in court. If ever there was, it was very just 2 lines. And we were asking ourselves why. So it shows how they have influence. But we've taken down some of the gang leaders in this province are behind jail. They are arrested. But we haven't stopped there. We are still going on. As we speak, we have changed strategies. We have developed a new plan, which was never there before. And we are now starting to implement that plan. Might not give all the details, but it is a plan that is specific, focused, unlike when we do stabilization and have one team doing investigation. This time we have specific teams doing different things while we are stabilizing the Western Cape. In terms of personnel, the province of Western Cape for the past 5 years, this is the only province that got more than 4,000 personnel additional to what they have. That shows we have interest in what is happening in the province, and we also doing our best to make sure that we fight this gangsterism. And also it gives one a relief that, yes, we have dig so much that we understand what is happening with these drug cartels, how they work, how they are linked, and we are dealing with that. And if we finish or finalize that, we'll be knowing exactly where we stand. So we are prioritizing Western Cape. It was never. Some provinces don't even get more than 10 people at any given time, but this province was the one given more police members, and we went as far as going to the previously advantaged areas. You are Cape Town, you are Claremont, reducing police personnel there and send them to Cape Flats. For example, the Makassar police station is made up of majority of police members that come from your likes of Camps Bay and Claremont and so on. So we did rectify to make sure that we don't ignore the Cape Flats, and that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General. I think in closing, let me help you. You say that you are trying to find out how they work. They work via the cartels linked to the minister. You've done much over the years, done much. The crime stats remains the same. There's no impact and there's no intelligence. We need to relook at the plan that we have for the Cape Flats and this country. I thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable James. Honorable members, can I check the alternates? The alternates, those who want to speak, may you please raise your hands, the alternates, so that I can note you. I see Honorable Shikeleng, Honorable Leanne Matthews, Honorable Nomvalo. Is your alternate speaking? Okay. Honorable Sokanyile, do you want to speak? Yes, that's why I want to check so that I note all of you, you speak and we know we're done. And I must make it very clear, I see Honorable Vessels is not here. And we have not received his apology. And he also has not indicated with me as the chair that he will be arriving late or he will not be here. So I have said that you are speaking on my mercy. So at the time this mercy is being granted and you are not here, you forfeit. It's not a right that can be claimed. Okay, we are going to proceed like that. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning.
Maybe just before you start, Honorable James, at any time that you may want to be released, you are released. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning, General.
Morning, Honorable Member.
Yeah, I wanted to hear greeting. Then also to the administration. General, let me start with what you raised yesterday about the Board of Commissioners, whereby you indicated that the South African Police Service Act makes a provision for the establishment of a Board of Commissioners, which is composed of yourself as a National Commissioner, together with the 9 provincial commissioners. Then you also said that during meetings, you acknowledge that there is a practice of including the senior officials in BOC meetings, and yet the Act doesn't provide this. Even General Mkhwanazi, when he was here, he talked about the inclusion of the senior police officials not having the provincial commissioners and ourselves in a meeting, but you also included the senior officials in your meetings. Then General Mkhwanazi raised reservation on the attendance of the senior police officials. Can you reflect on this, as you are saying that because you are the person responsible to chair that BOC, and yet you include this difference that General Mkhwanazi had and yourself having to include the senior officials? Can you talk about that? You saw it correctly. Can you express your views as well as the reservations that General Mkhwanazi had on that?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members. Yes, the board is established in terms of the Police Act to constitute exactly, as you said, the National Commissioner and the 9 provincial commissioners. but the Act doesn't prohibit any inclusion of anybody else. And the purpose of the board is an advisory body to the National Commissioner, which we, from the legal point, the legal advice that we got, that there is nothing wrong to include senior officials in that, because it's not prohibiting that, and it is an advisory body to the National Commissioner in terms of various matters of coordination of in provinces. So we saw no issue or no problem, because the provincial commissioners will still be included, so their views will still be taken, because it's not to say their views is going to become law or is law. They are just advising the National Commission. Instead of creating maybe two bodies, go and meet with the board, and then go and meet with the other senior officials at another angle to hear their views. We saw it just as fit to have both in one meeting, and they exchanged their views, give advices, and you get it from one meeting. And we saw more advantages in enriching one another in the development of the SAPS going forward, other than limiting it to the only 10, which if after a year or 3 years you want to go back to the memory lane, I'm sure you might not find a single one of the 10 who was there. So we saw it fit that in order for the institutional memory of the organization and development and skilling of future leaders in the organization, it is best not to lock them out, but rather include them, so that you have one comprehensive management team that is moving forward in a synchronized manner. Honorable member will also recall that I did mention that practically if you have the 10 in any given time in a meeting, you will always have this risk that they have got various periods by when they will be leaving, and also one has to take the interest of the organization into consideration and at heart. Not that they don't, but the fact of the matter is they're human beings. As I said, some of them might be left with a month, some might be left with 3 months, and here you say that body must advise the National Commissioner on decisions that will go beyond their stay in the organization. Whether those advices will be for the better of the organization or not is questionable, can go both ways. But basically we saw no infringement on the part of the Act to include them. We saw it as it is good for the organization to have them. Thank you.
Okay. Has any of the 9 provincial commissioners raised his or her dissatisfaction in the inclusion of the senior managers to the BOC? Because General Mkhwanazi raised it here in the Ad-hoc committee to say that he was not happy about that, because it means that it is not catered for by the Act, but we're doing it. And did he in particular raise that with you, or any other 9 provincial commissioners raise that with you?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Yes, yeah, I think in one of the meetings, couldn't remember when he did raise it, maybe 1 or 2 years they did raise it. And it was discussed and we obtained legal opinion and we found it not to be a problem of including them.
Okay. You may not know why he wouldn't want other senior to be there. As you are saying that he did raise it, maybe looking at things because yeah, it is good as you are narrating it, but why specifically wouldn't want other senior below him, want them to be there? You wouldn't know.
Honorable Chair, I wouldn't know why.
Okay,
Thank
no,
you.
it's fine. Thanks. Then going to the 31st directive, because you said you regard that correspondence as the 31st directive, whereby you were on leave on the 30th. Then there was a correspondence that was written by the minister, a directive in particular that I'm going to talk about it now is the halting or filling of post in the intelligence division. On point 36, that is page 19 of your statement regarding that directive. You were on leave, but there was a directive that was directed to you. Did you receive that directive?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I did receive the directive. It was sent to me through the WhatsApp by one of the officials.
By one of the officials. So it was straight to, even if you were on leave, it was given straight to you. You didn't have an acting person in opposition. Meanwhile, you were on leave?
There was somebody acting in while I was on leave. But the correct procedure, of course, yes, is to send to the Office of the National Commission. And that office is the one that will send to the acting National Commission.
So it means that the acting National Commission, I understand it was Musikidi or Musikidi, something like that. Musikidi. Am I correct?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
He didn't see that one. He was not given. As the acting person, you know, I'm talking on a layman point of view. I've never been to SAPS. You are in the acting position. The National Commissioner is on leave. Then the directive is given straight to you whilst you are on leave and not given to the person who's acting. Then that person liaises with you. I'm just checking.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. It was not wrong to send it to the email of the National Commission. That is the official good practice.
Okay.
And it is my office that will then send it to the acting National Commission, which they did. Thank you.
Then on point 40, that is page 20, you are saying that you don't know the reason behind the instruction that was given of halting or the filling of post in the intelligence. You are saying that you believe it was unprecedented. And you further indicate that, in your view, the minister didn't have a unilateral to prevent or halt the filling of post. Did you inquire with the minister the reasons of giving such instruction? Did you ask him?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did ask him as to why.
Whilst you were on leave, sorry, whilst you were on leave. Did you communicate whilst you were on leave or when you come back? I just want to add that.
All right, thanks, Honorable Chair. No, and members. No, I communicated when I came back from leave, not while I was on leave.
Then he gave you the reasons of the instruction.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yeah, he did give the reasons as to why he held those posts, and which we later then had a meeting and discussed those reasons. Because these reasons were that our advertisements were quite, he says they were too wide open, our adverts for posts. That was the first reason, that they were too wide open. For example, we are, if I can give an example, that we say we want, on the advert, we will say requirement is a degree or a diploma. For him, we cannot say that. We should either say a degree straightforward, not say a degree or a diploma. That's one reason. And the other reasons was that he first want to engage with the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence before we can finalize the post of crime intelligence. But then I did give him a response in terms of those matters, that there's nothing wrong with the advert. That's how we put it. We know why, and I gave him the reasons why we say degree or diploma, because some few years ago, the qualification that was there for police was only a diploma. Degrees came of late. So if you say only a degree, you will be disadvantaging a certain group of employees. So if you say degree or diploma, you then include all of them. So I did. And on the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, I told him that it's important that we fill up the post. But he said, no, once they have engaged the committee, then we will fill up the post, which, well, that took time to engage the committee. But we have since now advertised those posts.
Thank you. Then going further to disciplinary cases, on point 63, page 31, a disciplinary case against senior management, including Major General Khan. Do you mind sharing with this Ad-hoc committee the details of the disciplinary case against Major General Khan, and what were the outcomes of that disciplinary process?
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. I might not know all those details, but what I know is that there was a disciplinary case about that he interfered in an operation where members have confiscated drugs, and then there was an investigation by the IPID, and the recommendation from the IPID did find that, yes, there is a misconduct by Major General Khan, and the Divisional Commissioner and the National Commissioner should initiate disciplinary action against him, which that report was received, was sent to the divisional commissioner, and he initiated the processes, and the relevant employees, that is employer rep and the presiding, were appointed, and the disciplinary was finalized, and he was not found guilty. Thanks.
Okay. And then, General, in point 69, you indicate that the minister claimed that the president also agreed with the decision to disband the political killing task team. Then if you're saying that the minister claimed, it means that you're not agreeing that indeed the minister did meet with the president. Did you verify with the president on the claim that is being made by the minister to say that even the president was agreeing to the disbandment of the PKTT? Did you verify that, as you are saying that the minister claimed? That's what you said.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, I did not verify that claim, and I didn't need to. I didn't need to get involved in between the two of them to check who's right, who's wrong. That's not my that's not my field. And whatever he say, whatever he say, whether it's true or not, I can't question it. He is the one that is saying it. He met the president, but the last time I met the president, I know the standpoint of the president, that he was surprised that this is happening. And secondly, when I suggested to him that, Mr. President, if ever this happened, it should take a specific form, which is a winding down. And the president was agreeing with me in that field. So whatever later I get, I didn't see a need that now I must start checking between them who is saying what. I leave it, I respect that space, but I know where was the president standing the last time I met him. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you about that. Then again, on point 72, you indicate that Lieutenant General Khumalo's presentation was partly accepted. Can you just elaborate on why are you saying that it was partly accepted? The report was partly accepted when he made that report, or on the meeting of the 6th March with the minister, whereby Lieutenant General Khumalo was giving that report, and it was partly accepted. Why do you say it was partly accepted?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. What I mean when I say it was partially accepted is that, remember, I made a proposal to the minister on the 22nd of January. I gave him a report, and there was no response. Then on the 6th of March, when we presented this idea that, well, if ever you decide to disband the team, rather let it be wind down. So there was contestation on a lot of matters there in that meeting, and even though he didn't expressly says, I agree, but he says no. Well, after this presentation, certain matters were agreed to, or were not objected. They were not outrightly objected, but there were those that were objected. For example, the taking of dockers to province was objected, and the issue that the task team go long beyond that was also objected to say, no, it must, this lifespan must come to an end this very year of 2025. So when one says partially, we refer to that, it looks like for some reason, it looks like he was amenable to this winding down in a way.
Okay, I think the chairperson is looking at me. This last one. You know, when General Mkhwanazi gave evidence to this ad-hoc committee, there are recommendations that he made for the parliament to consider. One of those is the decentralization of the police function to provinces. As a national commissioner, what is your view on that recommendation made by General Mkhwanazi, especially on the decentralization of the police function? It will talk to the constitutional amendment. What is your view on that one?
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. The current constitution says there shall be a single police service in the country. And my view, I subscribes to that you have one national police service. And the current legal framework, I think, is quite sufficient enough to have certain functions done at the provinces. I do not think you need another law to have functions be delegated to provinces. If there is any function that is required by province, it can still be done in the current framework, which the current amendment of the Police Act that is coming, it is about allocation of resources, be it financial or personnel. Yes, currently that is done by both head office and the province. But if there is a need for more delegations to a provincial commissioner, can be done in the current dispensation. What currently is done is that the provincial commissioner, yes, he get given a certain number of people. We develop a structure, which of course provincial commissioners have to have input in it, and that structure get approved and he get given posts, and he will sit and choose who get appointed where, which is not an issue. And the operational budget get given to the provincial commissioner. The compensation of employees, that is salaries, is managed by national. And well, whether you delegate it or you do it national, if you are paying 10 personnel, you'll still be paying 10. But I think that if there is a need, that can still be done. Can be. It does not need, might not need a law to do. It might just need the National Commissioner and the Treasury look at mechanism and delegate the whole budget of a specific province to from national to a specific province. I don't think it needs any further delegation, but you need to have one single police service, one common norms, rules, and standards across nationally. Otherwise, one day you will have to carry a passport to go to another province. Thank you.
Thank you very much about that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I finished.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Sawubona, General. Uyaphila.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Sawubona, Honorable Member.
Siyaphila. General, I'll just shoot straight to the point. Is IPID report on Phala Phala, is it a top secret? And why is it that General Rode, who conducted an illegal investigation, because there was no case that was open for him to conduct an investigation on Phala Phala, and he was not mandated in terms of his work scope. He's alleged to have tortured suspects and is still in the same position and nothing has happened to him. Is it because he was acting under the instruction of the president?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. General Rode was subjected to disciplinary process. Him and other, I can't remember whether it's 2 or 3 members. He was subjected to disciplinary process, and the process ran its course, and he was found not guilty. And yeah, that was it. In terms of investigation, the members of the police, they perform their functions in terms of Section 205(3) of the Constitution, which says they are there to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, maintain public order, and protect the inhabitants and their property, and so on and so on. So any member of SAPS can do any of those functions if he knows that work. There is nothing wrong with that. But of course, members do specialize. There are those that specialize in commercial investigation, specialize in VIP protection, but doesn't mean you can't do any of the other functions.
Are you therefore saying any member can just investigate?
Come again, Honorable Member.
Are you therefore saying any member can just do an investigation, can be a detective or do an investigation at any time?
Well,
Was
you
he
can.
my question is, was he mandated to investigate Phala Phala?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, the investigation was done by detectives. The investigation at Phala Phala was done by detectives from, I think, Bela Bela, if I'm not mistaken. And in as far as preliminary investigation, yes, the commander can and is expected to do preliminary investigation or whatever happens. Let's say a member loses a firearm here in Parliament. The commander is not going to sit back and phone Cape Town Central detectives and say there is a firearm lost here. No, it's expected that commander to do preliminary investigation, find out what happened. Is it indeed this firearm lost wherever? Because quite often things are not the way they are. So it's expected to do prelim investigations, and thereafter the detectives or the assigned component will come and take over and do whatever they expected to do.
Is the Phala Phala a top secret thing? That question you didn't a top secret. The IPID report.
Well, I wouldn't know. I received a report, which based on that we charged General Rode on. I'm sure IPID can answer that question better.
So IPID doesn't report.
Honorable Shongwe, before you,
Not at all.
General, the statement that you deposed with us, does it have the part that you are dealing with now, the two of you?
It doesn't have Honorable Chair.
Are you comfortable to respond to questions that are not on your statement?
I am not comfortable because I might not have other facts to the matter at hand.
Okay. Well, I will advise you, Honorable Shongwe, if there are additional matters to the statement that you may want to raise with the general, you can do that in writing, so that we do not inconvenience the witness. And I think this is a fair point, honorable members. Honorable Malim.
No, Chair, you're not going to make such a ruling. The general was asked yesterday about people who are being searched when he was sitting there. People who are being searched while he was sitting there. It was not in his statement. He was comfortable to answer those questions. So if you can answer about something that it didn't happen when he was in the office, when he was on a witness stand, what stops him about us answering a question that is police related? And he has been doing well. He says, well, I may not answer that one. IPIT might be able to deal with that. But to stop members from asking the top cop about issues of the police, they don't have to be in his statement. He answered yesterday comfortably about a matter that was taking place at that time while he was here. So it's unfair to rule a member out of order and say he must write a question, which is a well-known issue in the country. It's unfair. It might not be in his statement, but it's a well-known issue. He wants to respond to it, he will respond to it. If he thinks it doesn't have facts to that effect, he will say, no, I don't have facts. Please refer it to the relevant people. And we take it like that. Not that we must write questions when he was comfortable answering questions about a prevailing matter while he was sitting here. Thanks.
Honorable Nombalo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Partly covered by the latter speaker. Chair, I just wanted to invite your attention to within the terms of reference to paragraph 4.1.2, which says amongst the things that we need to investigate is any related claim regarding corruption, financial or otherwise bribery or misuse of public resources within SAPS and any other relevant institution. So the question raised to the witness is not peripheral. It is not of context. It is within the scope of framework of this ad hoc committee. So like the honorable member has correctly said, that it must be a witness that says, I'm not able to answer to this question, but we are not of context here because the IPIT matter and the Palapala report fall within the ambit of the work of the SAPS. And the question is asked for a purpose of making a determination of whether the decision to declare it as top secret was correct or not. And if it was not correct, is it related to this allegation that is here, which talks about the misuse and ethical behavior in the SAPS and so on and so forth? So I think you have been unfair to the member, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think you, honorable members, you have a fair point. I accept the point of order. It is sustained. May you continue, Honorable Shongwe.
In my defense, Chair, ngicabanga ukuthi njengomhlali waselokishini eDavidton, when a caliber of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi says, here sitting in front of us is the most powerful person in the SAPS, I think in my mind as umuntu waselokishini, it tells me that he should know everything that happens at SAPS. Am I wrong, Chair? But the question was, is the IPIT report a top secret? Can we pass that?
I don't know, through you, Honorable Chair, members, I don't know. I think the IPIT themselves can be in a better position to respond to that question because IPIT do not report to me. They have got an executive director of IPID, which that executive director report directly to the Minister of Police. Thank you.
Are you ever informed when there is secret reports? You ever know when there's a report that is said to be a top secret?
It will depend, through you, Honorable Chair. It will depend whether it's a report sent to me or is a report that, if it's not directed to me, I will not know. But if it's a report that the author writes to me, then I will see that it is a top secret report.
So, ngokuzwa kahle uthi you do know when it's a top secret report or not.
Yeah, I'll know. It gets written.
So is this one a top secret or not?
I don't know, Honorable Chair. I don't have it. I don't know the classification of that report.
Okay, for the sake of my time, can I put that question in writing maybe, because I need that answer, Chair. Thank you. Where was I? Okay, SAPS is an instruction-based division. Even if when you go into a course, they give you a call-up instruction. Am I correct?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
So how much of a problem is illegal and unlawful instruction from a political office bearers? You were recently illegally instructed to disband the PKTT by the currently suspended minister who should have been fired, which is a violation of Section 207 of the Constitution. Would you say another big problem in SAPS is the fighting of, sorry, would you say another big problem in SAPS and the fighting of crime is criminal network capturing political office bearers, and those office bearers do the bidding for criminals like we see in the drug trafficking, illegal mining, and political killings?
Yes, thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure, are you asking that, do I agree with the statement or I'm not
No,
sure?
I'm asking you, how much of a problem is illegal and unlawful instructions from the political office bearers? Then my statement on that one, just to motivate that, is that you were recently instructed by the currently suspended minister to disband the PKTT team. So I'm asking, with how much of a problem is illegal and unlawful instruction from political office bearers? How much of a problem is it in your space?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair and members. I wouldn't say it's a big problem because some of the instructions or views, the ministers will ask about whether can we do something like this, and we'll advise him that no, we don't do it this way, we do it this way. So that's how it goes. And yeah, even with the previous ministers, there was no insistence. I think this is a typical one that one I've seen. Some in the past, yes, one might say something and he will be advised to say, no, we don't do it this way, we do it this way, and there were never problems.
Thank you. While I appreciate the delay tactics you played in delaying Minister Mkhwanazi from disbanding the PKTT, but I want to know, was this instruction illegal from Minister Mkhwanazi? And if it was legal, at what stage did you know what it's an illegal instruction from him? And did you inform him that this is an illegal instruction? And just to finalize that, what happens to such instructions that are deemed to be illegal? What should happen to that person who gives such an instruction?
Well, as to what happens, I think is a question that one will not have an answer to it. But my view, yes, I view it as an encroachment. It's an area that was never explored before in this regard. I don't think there was ever I don't know, but a national commissioner that ever got an instruction of this nature in writing. So, as I said, Honorable Chair, I viewed it with suspicion, especially the way it came about. Hence, I didn't want to implement it immediately. And, but eventually, we end up finding that, no, indeed, after we find out what was the motive behind, that's when we can concretely say, no, but this was illegal. At the beginning, as I said, today we're sitting here knowing what we know now. Yes, one can 100% say this was an illegal instruction. But that time, without the background as to why are they doing this, they knew what they were doing. And we didn't know. Only after 13 May did we then know that actually the arrangements to disband the task team started immediately after the search of Mr. Nhlanhla's premises and the arrest of Mr. Molefe. The plans to start the process of disbanding started from there moving forward. That's what the chart shows, and that's what my other officers that have got these reports on their toes, they will come and tell you. Then it became very clear that this was illegal. Right from the beginning, yes, I viewed it as illegal encroachment, but not so sure, and also not sure why is he doing this. Hence, I asked him, but why you do this? And the man could not give me reasons.
Okay. Have you reported such a matter to the president?
Through you, Honorable Chair, I reported everywhere. I reported to the President, General Mkhwanazi, reported to Police Portfolio Committee. I kept on asking the minister every time. The 6th, I asked him, why are you doing this? I mean, the 16th of January, I asked him, why are you doing this? Shouldn't you have given us time that we brief you? What is PKTT? What are they doing before you disband it? And there was no room to accommodate that. 6 March, 27 March, still same. So where else should one go? There is no other door. Which door to go? I can't take him to court. I can't take him to United Nations. On a hindsight, or if, as I said to the previous member of parliament, that everybody in South Africa, all the analysts that are here today, members of this August House, we were all there. And luckily, this specific instruction was out in the media. In as much as it was directed to me, yes, but everybody had the opportunity to have seen it, luckily. And none of anybody have ever saw something wrong with it. That's why I said, I'm just making a hypothetical example that should it have been this instruction issued, the task team was investigating political, farm matters. Do you think the situation would have been the same? I'm sure surely me and you know they wouldn't have. Those quarters of the society, they should have risen up. But this one, different. So we end up now, yes, fighting this, trying our best. So one tried his best under the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. So I didn't get the clear answer of, after you have reported, where else you've said you have reported. Did you report to the president? Did you speak to the president about this illegal instruction?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, on the 1st of February 2025, I did meet the president on the matter. I reported to him that I received this instruction, and I will remind him about the team, and he knows the team because the team did brief him 17 March in Durban. So that this team is being disbanded, and I don't know why, and it's been disbanded urgently, and he was taken aback also why it is this happening. And that's why I said, well, it's not, I don't want to cause conflict between the two of them, but I said, this is not a request or a view, it's an instruction that I must do it. And I did try to knock for, if there is, can we engage on further on this matter? And the minister said no. Of course, I should submit the report, which I submitted, that report that he required. So, and he said he'll discuss with the minister. But of course, I said to him, my proposal, if this thing goes ahead, which I don't know why it must happen, it should take the form of slowly winding it down so that work cannot be disrupted. And the president says, yeah, well, I think if it happens, that's what he will support.
So at the time you were speaking to the president, at that time, were you then knowing what this is an illegal instruction, or you're just still not sure whether it's illegal or it's still encroachment?
Well, it was not really sure, but believing that this looks like encroachment or illegal, but not one can't say, yeah, 100% it was illegal.
So the only answer I got from the president is no, ngizokhuluma naye. That's it.
That's correct.
The fish rots from the head, General. And if the country was to clean up the policing and bring back the confidence in fighting crime, I think we will need to zoom in the MPs, members of parliament, the executive and the judiciary. So my question is, we have few cases of you dealing with executive. Can you, without compromising your investigation, detail the extent of the rot in parliament and the judiciary of compromised individuals who uses their position in favor of criminal elements?
Yeah, well, through you, Honorable Chair and members, where there is investigation, we will proceed doing those investigations. I think we will not leave any stone unturned. Doesn't matter who, we will do our work, whether it's within general public, parliament, judiciary. We will definitely do our work. Of course, some of these things, when they start, you might not really know exactly what it is all about. We have a I think there is one case which I learned about it later, which one of my officials, General Kumal, I'm sure will detail more about it. I think it refers more to the judiciary, whether the case at the end of the day was really a matter that people are involved, that they are investigating the case, so they will be able to talk more on such cases.
In your general understanding, is Lieutenant General Sibiya corrupt according to the evidence you have in front of you or the report given to you?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. One will say alleged. You can say somebody is corrupt before he's even found guilty. But there is concerns in terms of linkages that we are finding that we are still investigating, Honorable Chair. So it is too early to come to that stage or conclude, as you say.
But as a powerful person or person in the position of a powerful, as a person in a powerful position, like Mkhwanazi said, does the evidence say, or does it give that direction what is corrupt? Current evidence you have, or the report?
Well, it is safe that I say we are investigating. There are concerning connections and or reports, we are investigating those matters.
All right, thank you. The confidence of the public in the justice system is impacted by the perception that those who hold political power are not treated the same as those who are ordinary citizens. A classic case is Phala scandal, hence singazi ukuthi top secret or not. There are people who are arrested for having undeclared foreign currency and having above illegal limit of foreign currency. Yet the president was not even investigated by SAPS for both offenses. Even when pushed, SAPS didn't even confirm that the president was investigated. Yet ordinary citizens are arrested and charged. When you fail as SAPS to act against people who break the law, who happen to be in political power, how do you expect ordinary citizens to have confidence in the institution?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, investigations are done to whomever. There's nobody that doesn't get investigated if there is a matter. As far as I know, there was investigation by both, I think, Bela, police, SAPS, and also the DPCI. I know they were investigating other cases, even though, of course, they wouldn't be reporting that to me. I'm sure they report to the minister that, so there were investigations around Palapala.
Was the president, actually, did SAPS confirm that the president was being investigated?
Well, they were investigating the incident, as far as I know, that happened there. And I think the fact that I did not briefed on the investigation, I don't know what was in the docket. It would be safe to say, I know that there was investigation and or two investigations, one by the SAPS in Bela, one was done by the Hawks. And there is a case currently that I know for the people that did a break-in. And another case I know there was case investigated by the DPCI.
All right, Chair. I just want to finish up. Thank you, Chair. One question. I think I still don't understand how to ask you this question. Uti, remember that when this Phala issue happened, we as a country had interest. Maybe if I should ask you is this, how interested, what is your interest or how much of an interest do you have in the PKTT cases versus interest in the Phala case?
I do have interest in any cases, my work that cases be investigated. But however, there is a difference. Cases that are investigated by general detectives of SAPS, yes, they will give me feedback. But cases that are investigated by the Hawks, they report to the minister, not to me.
No, Chair, I think in Sengshawes Katsek alternate like
Thank you so much. I want to thank you, honorable members who are alternates. You have been very consistent in terms of compliance with my instructions. Can we move to honorable? We are going to take Honorable Shikeleng and thereafter Honorable Matthews. We break for tea. And the two honorable members follow each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, General. How are you?
Three honorable chair and members. Good morning, honorable member. I'm fine, thanks.
It's not the first time that you appear in front of me for questioning. General, I'd like to make a statement. I think in my life I've called you 3 times, and the reasons for those calls were because the issues were of a serious nature. Yesterday, you told us that General Mkhwanazi had approached you various times within his career in the SAPS to discuss serious matters with you too. It doesn't appear as if he just called you generally to discuss frivolous matters or just ask you some silly things. Am I correct in that?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. So, General, as the leader of an elite SAPS task team, because you are the leader, at the end of the day, you're the head, you've described that you described this task team as performing excellently. How is it that you did not immediately intervene or instruct that the decision to disband the unit be placed on hold until your return to the office after you were informed about the letter on the 2nd of January?
Thanks, through you, Honorable Chair. I would remember that I did indicate that I was on leave and I was with the minister on the 28th. Hence, I did say to the team, they can write reports and I'll attend the matter when I come back. Remember, there was nothing done in that period. So, yeah.
General, it's very strange to me that if this task team was performing so well that you didn't immediately pick up the phone, but we'll leave that for now. You stated that during your leave period, General Musekili was the acting NASCOM. Is that correct?
That is correct. Chair.
Was it then General Musekili that gave General Sabia the instruction to proceed with closing the PKTT?
Honorable Chair, I did indicate that there was nothing that was done until I come back from leave, in as far as the closing of the team is concerned. Hence, I told them while on leave that I'm not going to bother myself with this. I do not want to attend crisis that is generated by other people unnecessary. I was with the minister on the 28th, he didn't say anything. So I didn't see any need. Why should I rush for such an instruction while I was on leave? So nothing was done until I was back.
All right, General, thank you. So if nothing was done until you came back, then you were the person that gave General Sabia the instruction to proceed with closing down the PKTT.
I did, Honorable Chair, I think yesterday did indicate that when I came back, he came to me with a letter that was effecting the minister's instruction, which was directed to General Kumal, where he was bringing the letter that I signed, and I didn't sign that letter. The next day, the 15th, after I said, well, remember, first day I told him that I don't want us to do this. If ever we have to do it, we're not going to do it this way, because remember, I said this instruction was, it wasn't a consultative sort of letter. It was a direct instruction that you do this thing. So I said, well, if we do it, we will do it in this fashion, which I said is the winding down, phase out approach. And I referred him to a Major General to go and assist him in the report. And the 15th, when he came back, in that letter or report, I still saw immediate disbandment. I didn't really read the whole letter. And that's when I switch off and say, no. I see that we want to go this direction, so leave this matter. I would write the report because I understand what do I want to suggest with the minister.
Thank you, General. General, so if you earlier on said that the email was sent to your email address from the minister, how did General Sabia get hold of the document? And then how did he go about coming to see you with a plan?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did indicate that it is standard that the email will be sent to my office, and I did indicate that my office, I direct my office to send it to the relevant deputies, which they sent to the acting national commissioner, which is General Msikidi, and also sent to Lieutenant General Sibia.
Thank you, General. So I'm going to go back again and say to you, so in actual fact, you are the person that affected the closing of the PKTT because you sent it, you instructed that the email gets sent forward for discussion. That is how it is. So General, if General Mkhwanazi did not hold the press briefing on the 6th of July, would you still have opposed the closing of the PKTT? Because clearly what you're saying now and the impression that you created at the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March is not the same, because you never once said you are opposed to closing this task team.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did indicate that this directive was like an order that I must do, and I find ways to do it, and I want to engage the minister that we discuss this, because, as I said, of concern on the directive was he did assessment and this. The team is no more relevant, and which I said, but that can't be true. That's why I wanted engagement of the minister, that let's engage and discuss, and he kept on not acceding to this engagement. So the team would have been still have been there. It wouldn't have gone anywhere. It still have been there. And remember, after we discovered what is, after General Mkhwanazi briefed me about what is the main intention of this, then that's when I say, no, now that we know, we're not gonna now participate in any further this disbandment or this phase-out approach. And I immediately also notified him that I want to meet you and see you on this matter. And unfortunately, again, that meeting never happened. It only happened a Monday after the 6th of July.
So you waited until General Mkhwanazi spoke to the media before you actually took action. That's what you're telling us. But
No.
nevertheless, it's fine.
No,
On the 28th of March at about 10 o'clock, and this is on your note SFM 14 on page 278, there's a discussion that says on the 28th of March 2025 at about 10 o'clock, a meeting was held at the Head Office Crime Intelligence between the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, and the Divisional Commissioner of Detectives, Lieutenant General Sentimule. And then it further goes on to say that they decided together that the dockets, those 121 dockets, it says here 118, but we know it's 121, would then be given over to murder and robbery to Brigadier Kopopoditata to investigate. And so they made that decision. Did they inform you about that decision that they had made to then give the dockets over to murder and robbery? Before you received this note, did they inform you?
No, Honorable Chair, no, they didn't inform me. I did say that I picked up somewhere in late April, May, that dockets are around the headquarters.
So they didn't inform you about the dockets, because, you know, I see here that this was signed by you on the 22nd of July, and I go back to, I am not sure that if the press briefing on the 6th of July wasn't held, if we would be sitting with the same document that you signed and said that the dockets should go back to where they come from. And in actual fact, you say they should be taken back to their station of origin. You don't actually say that they should be taken back to the PKTT. So, yeah. If the PKTT was delivering results in such high crime areas as we've said, there was then obviously no operational justification for the dismantling of it without a clear replacement strategy. And you started winding it down, but you did not. There's no clear replacement strategy. Have you evaluated the impact of the decision on violent crime levels that they were operating in? And will you table those findings publicly with us? Did you do some evaluation on the impact of this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think right at the beginning, the Honorable Member, you spoke about, what did I say about station of origin?
Yeah, you said that the dockets must go back to the station of origin. The dockets be returned to the station of origin.
The instruction on that, what I was, the context of what you are reading there, Honorable Member, through you, Honorable Chair, is that, remember, the meeting of the 6th March, General Sibiya and the Chief of Staff and the Minister argued to say, I said the dockets can go to the province. They argued to say the dockets must not go to province because you will have the provincial murder and robbery, and you'll have the PKTT at the province of KwaZulu-Natal under the guise of murder and robbery, which I said, but if it's like that, would we have a problem? They say, no, that's not disbandment. Minister was saying disbanding, meaning must be disbanded. So no dockets should go to the province, but to station of origin. That's not me, it was them that said that. And that specific point did gain traction in that meeting to say no docket must go to province, but station of origin. So the context that is there that I wrote there is that I'm saying to General Sibiya, now you are bringing a submission to me asking to go and investigate these dockets that are at head office. Why would docket be head office if the last time we spoke of dockets on the 6th of March, the agreement was dockets go to station of origin? That is the context of what you are reading there. That's how you should understand that.
Thank you, General. So I just want to say then, I mean, you say that that meeting took place on the 6th of March where you were present at, where they said the dockets must go back. And then on the 28th of March, there's a meeting between Lieutenant General Khumalo and Sentamule to discuss these dockets and where they should go to. But you had a meeting on the 6th, and then they decide that the dockets must go to murder and robbery. So I don't know, somewhere there's a disjoint here for me. Something doesn't make sense. And what I'm really getting, and it was very clear out of General Mkhwanazi's testimony, that the SAPS at a national level is highly divided within the leadership, because it really feels to me like there's something that is not right here. And it seems to me that this is driven more by politics and loyalty to certain factions than to competence. Because as the National Commissioner, you take responsibility for the culture and for the steps that happens within this SAPS. So, I mean, and the command structure comes from you. This, in the first place, this should never have happened because the minister should never have given the instruction. That's clear. So the minute the minister gave that instruction, you were the one that should have stood up and said, this is not the SAPS that I'm building. This is not what should be happening. Am I correct?
Yeah, no, I do, through you, Honorable Chair, I do hear, Honorable Member. I think you put a lot of facts and you go on. To assist you, Honorable Member, on the first part of your comments, what I was saying there, maybe it creates confusion to you, the murder and robbery or serious and violent crime, right? These dockets mysteriously find themselves in Pretoria. Now, an application is submitted by General Sibiya to say, I want to send a serious and violent crime team from head office to go to KwaZulu-Natal to investigate these cases. And that what you see is a disapproval to say, no, I can't send another team there because there is already a PKTT there, and the dockets must go back to the PKTT. and which eventually did happen. And also remember, when General Mkhwanazi did the media briefing or press briefing, it is after that we now, me and him and General Kumalo, we now know what was the objective of doing this. We had now information that what is happening. So whether he did a press briefing or not, we were now empowered at that time to say, now we understand why the minister and General Sibia and them were doing this, and we are not going to now allow it. And well, then he did the press briefing. It's not to say if he didn't do the press briefing, the PKT would have been closed. No, I sustained the PKT from that time, yes, the ups and downs until in that July. But in June, we became aware what was the real reason. So after I know, I can't still allow it to go that route. Hence, I said to Minister, I want to see you, want to discuss this matter. But he couldn't still see him. I only saw him after the 6th of July.
Thank you, General. General, I mean, you've said now that after you became aware of the issues, surely then it was your responsibility to hold the press briefing actually, and not General Mkhwanazi, if he, as the head of the SAPS.
Well, probably we deal with, through Honorable Chair and members, we probably deal with matters differently. Mine, I said, they must brief me, and I compile a report, and I was going to take that report to the president to say, the president, this is the discovery, which eventually I did, but even though I did after the press brief.
Thank you, General. General, my last question is, here where we sit today, the release of the crime statistics has been delayed by over 2 months in South Africa. I asked you about it previously. It's not the first time I'm discussing it with you. Would it be fair to say that the inner turmoil currently within the SAP is contributing to the delays and affecting the organization's overall functioning?
Of course, that's through you, Chairperson. One cannot deny that, yes, indeed. I mean, there was a change of ministers and there was a lot of things to be done. And yes, but it will be released soon, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really do feel that, General, that there's something lacking here. And I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe of my colleagues in the room will ask questions, but I really, there's not once in anything that you've said to me today or the way that you displayed anything to us to say that you were not in agreement with the closing of this PKTT. And I don't know, you can tell me today I'm wrong, but nowhere is there communication from you that I can see that you've submitted or anything that you've told us except for you tried to speak to and you did this and you contacted somebody, but nowhere were you not in agreement with this. Am I correct to say there's nothing on paper from you saying that you were not in agreement with the closing of this PKTT?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. Honorable Member, if I agreed that the team be shut down, it should have been shut down. On a hindsight, you can see that the purpose of this instruction was to shut down the team while I was on leave for those few days. That's why it was immediate, urgent, which I said, no, you can compile reports, but don't do anything until I arrived. After I've arrived, Honorable Chairperson, from that time, where we were all in this space where we don't know the motive behind this, and me trying to find motive from the minister and not coming up to today. Yes, the team has ups and downs, but the team is still operating. As I said, I did the best. On a hindsight for honorable members today, because we have got more information when the instruction was issued, now you know what is the motive. Yes, you can reason that, no, maybe National Commission should have done 1, 2, 3. But if you were in my position that time, not knowing all these motives, and I think, well, I did the best I could, and the team is still there up to today. I might not have been perfect. I might not have been done the way you might have liked I should have done it, but I did it my way, but I sustained the team. The team is still there. Well, of course, with problems. We are rebuilding it now, and we are opening a new political task team in Gauteng to deal with problems of Gauteng. Thanks.
Thank you, General. I have last question for you. Do you think that that crime intelligence in South Africa is savageable? Do you think that we can still have a crime intelligence in our country that is not going to be under scrutiny, and how are you going to fix that department? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Well, the appointment of the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, to that division did brought a new hope in that division with a view to resuscitate crime intelligence. I believe it can still be done, and the former minister was agreeable to the reforms that we wanted to do there. Unfortunately, there was change of administration, and in the new administration, there was no further traction or agreement. Remember, the National Commissioner, when he place or transfer a member of level 14 and above, that is a Major General and above, I must have concurrence of the minister. I just don't do it myself alone. I must have concurrence of the minister, and if the minister don't concur, you will struggle. But we can still salvage crime intelligence. There are good men and women that in that division that are doing well, and I must tell you, since Lieutenant General Khumalo arrived there, we saw tremendous work being done. We have a lot of successes. We're still having them now, yes, under the ailing conditions. But of course, we need cooperation of all, cooperation of the executive, which is the minister and his deputies. We need your cooperation as honorable members, because sometimes most of the distractions and disruptions in that division come from this honorable house. That's the biggest problem. It doesn't matter which political party, but it comes from also from this house. Whether what their interest is, I wouldn't know, but we can still salvage that division and make it the best, and it can be able to be reformed and developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. General, I do think that we have a lot of good men and women in blue in our country. I think it is our collective responsibility to make sure that we create a good working environment for them to ensure the safety of the citizens of South Africa. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Shigelen, I want to thank you so much. Honorable Matthews, are you ready?
We're born ready, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. It still is to honorable members and to the National Commissioner. National Commissioner, what conditions or material conditions, I would say, informs the decision to establish a task team? Yesterday, you also spoke that we have a task team in Manguzi. I think I've also heard you speak about the rhino poaching task team and then that. So operationally and strategically, what is happening that these teams are established?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. The task team are established at various levels. It can be a station commander's task team, which might consist of 4 or 5 members to address a specific crime problem. Can be under the provincial commissioner, can be a a national task team established by either the structure called the National Crime Combating Forum or the National Joints by the Deputy National Commissioner Policing, or it can be directed from National Commissioner to be established. So it depends where the problem is. And normally the community and or the honorable members and or the executive minister or the president can identify like a specific problem, and we might say, well, we'll address that problem through ordinary policing, or let's establish a specific task team that will deal with the specific problem. So it gets established at various levels.
Okay, so we will establish it's in response to a specific problem, but obviously it's regarding criminality. And do you take into consideration the level of criminality for us to put in resources into that? So in the bigger scheme of things, let's say the rhino poaching opposed to GBV rates, like does that come into consideration, or is it pretty much a political decision, like as we have seen in the case of the Ramaphosa, President Ramaphosa went to KZN, attended a funeral, announced at the funeral, we're going to establish a political task team, used the ruling party's position in parliament and in government to say, okay, we're having leadership problems here in the ANC and we can't deal with the greed and the desire for power, whether it's councillors or whether it's their deployees to strategic positions. So we're going to use state resources to do that. So I was asking that question to try and determine, like, how do we prioritize criminality in this country and our response to it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We prioritize crime, not to say in terms of if it's party political. No, we prioritize crime and we respond accordingly. Even the president, when he was there, he said he didn't establish it for purposes of specific party councillors. It was for political killings, and the task team indeed did sterling work with regard to what they did in KwaZulu-Natal. They arrested for killings of IFP councillors. There's been IFP councillors in Zululand that were killed. There's been DA councillors. You remember there's a DA councillor killed at municipality around Howick. Forgot the name of the municipality there. There's been arrest in that regard. You remember the DA councillor in Beckville who banned his family there and accused other people. We made a breakthrough there. So it's not about a specific party. No, the task team was dealing with matters of whether it's within a party or is one party killing another party. The team did sterling work and arrested in everyone. We do have, in terms of GBV, Honorable Member, we have a unit. It's not a task team. It's a specific unit that is there. We call it family violence and child protection, that is dealing with the cases. And of course, remember, where there is such a case which we might not understand how it is, it's high profile case, GBV, we do establish those task teams to go and investigate and make a breakthrough. After breakthrough, then we dissolve the task team. It's not that we prioritize rhinos and politicians over other people. No, we prioritize crime.
Okay, General, the least we say about the FCS, the better, but the point was just that we just wanted to establish the political involvement of political parties, specifically the ruling party called the ANC. And I acknowledge that there are political parties that also, other political party members that are also investigated. But yesterday we were told that the majority of these political killings are ANC members and their deployees too, and I'm sure you will agree with that, but we can move on to that. I know you're trying to keep a neutral position, but we must just be honest that it is the ruling party that has brought us here with the political killings task force. And not that the task force is not doing a sterling work. I'm just talking about the fact that state resources are mobilized to deal with matters affecting political party in particular. Let's talk about your counterintelligence operations vacancies. So in paragraph 52 on page 25 of your statement, you said that there have been cases where investigations or reports, no, the question here is there cases where these investigations or reports can be deliberately or falsified to target certain individuals? Have you had a problem like that? And can this process of counterintelligence investigations and report be weaponized against certain people within the South African police force, but the country at large?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, the counterintelligence investigation cannot be weaponized. It's purely investigating those people that are involved. If you recall, this crime in Gauteng was, we don't say it's new, it shows it has been there. If I look at the cases now of this Nhlanhla, the 18 new cases I'm talking about, which are not part of those that I had caught, shows that this thing has been for quite some time there around. So, and we discovered it only after the killing of Amaswart in Vereeniging. So there's no weaponization. It's investigation that is based on what has been done, murder or attempted murder or illegal possession of firearm, and it is those people that get linked there. No weaponization of the Gauteng counterintelligence investigations that I'm aware of. Yes, there might be weaponization of maybe other structures against the team, yes, but this specific counterintelligence investigation is not targeting anybody falsely. So they do their work perfectly. So
there's no room for abuse and
if through you, Honorable Chair, if you look at the record, the cases that they started in 2019 and in 2018, you have seen most of them, they have convictions of late recently. And if you look at those convictions, I mean, there is no judge or magistrate that can hand down those many lives and 40 years and 50 years if they did not get evidence. One thing I'm sure which, well, from our side, which we do give credit to, is General Kumar. He was never a detective, but actually he's the best detective now in the country, that I must say. And most people know that's how it is.
The instruction that you received from the minister on that letter when you were on leave, it says that you must also halt the recruitment, and you said that it was unprecedented and beyond the minister's lawful powers. What did you do about that? Because we've been dealing mainly about the political killings task team. That was one of 3 instructions on that letter. So the whole team of filling those positions in crime intelligence, what was done about that? In crime intelligence, sorry.
Yeah, we, through you, Honorable Chair, and thanks, honorable members. Yes, I did engage the current new acting minister, and I have subsequently advertised those posts. They are being in the process of being filled. Well, I didn't know why. Well, I did say why he said why he was stopping the filling of those posts, but I have since advertised those posts.
But
And even the rounds of promotions also have been advertised.
Okay, so you just continued with the process. It was done recently because that instruction was given in December. We're now in October. So you didn't halt the filling of those posts in crime intelligence. But I'm saying what action was taken in the first place against the minister for even giving that instruction? Did you report him anywhere? Was there any, did you even report to the committee? Because you presented an annual report to us, and I don't remember that being highlighted, that you got an instruction to stop. And that would have been a platform where members of parliament could have engaged the minister to ask why he would give such an instruction.
Yeah, no, that I didn't report anyway. I engaged him personally, and he agreed to say, let's meet and discuss. And we eventually met, and he expressed what is his problem. And I was able to tell him what he sees as a problem is not a problem. And he agreed that, okay, you can now proceed. But of course, he said he still wants to go to the other committee, which that was the part that was outstanding.
On the media briefing, did you think General Mkhwanazi overreached when he went and he did the media briefing?
Well, it's difficult to say, but well, I think, well, he did what he did, so I don't see anything wrong with it. Because the provincial commissioner can do press briefing in his province, and he can. And he did tell me that he's going to talk about the political Killing Stars team, give their successes. And when he went beyond that, so I don't have a problem with that.
Why did you choose to write an affidavit when he requested you to write an affidavit about the transfer of files and you didn't act on it yourself? He gave under testimony that you submitted an affidavit, and on that affidavit, based on that affidavit, he opened cases about obstruction of justice, amongst other things, on the 121 dockets that were transferred.
Well, through your Honorable Chair, remember here it is after the fact. After we know that what was happening is a crime. And remember I said, after I had the dockets, that was agreed that if ever the team is closing, dockets must go to station. All of a sudden, these dockets are now here at head office. And I said, there can't be dockets here, they must go where they come from. And those processes were started to get those dockets back. But before that, after one became aware that, oh, this, what is being done is actually a crime, then you report a crime at a police station with an affidavit.
So why didn't you do it and left it to the KZN commissioner to do it?
I do what?
Why didn't you open the case as the commissioner, because it affected you directly? And you gave an affidavit to him to open the case. So he became the complainant. That's my understanding. Or am I not, I didn't get it correctly?
Well, the offense happened in KZN, and I gave him the affidavit. Giving the affidavit, you open a case through an affidavit.
And there was no other internal processes that you took outside of sending the affidavit to him to open the case in KZN against those who were involved in moving the files?
Actually, I think he's not, well, he's doing an inquiry that he's busy with. I can't here as a national commissioner investigate or investigate a case at head office. Case must be investigated somewhere. from police station. So what I did was right.
You don't have to, so the question is just internally as the National Commissioner, like there has to be some internal processes that you could have instigated outside of the criminality and actually open a case. Did you do any of that? Just internally, because there are processes, DCs, etc.
Yeah, internally, you should be aware that Lieutenant General CBI is suspended and there is disciplinary process that is undergoing.
Okay, and that formed part of it.
That's correct, yes.
National Commissioner, the media briefing, there seems to be a lot of movement after that media briefing in SAPS. And could it be that this media briefing is, we're not going to really get genuine systemic changes because now it's in the media, our country is all up in arms in it. So those who halt and obstruct investigations in this country are just, submarined. So we've seen movement. And then once the country moves on to something else, we are going to be back to square one and possibly even regress any further. So what systemic changes do we need in the whole justice system, and I guess in the police in particular, to ensure that we don't have, it's going to be the same script, different cast? We've dealt with these ones that have come up now and we've left a void and then another crop comes in and does the same thing.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members. Well, we need, yes, an overall of the system of criminal justice. We need oversight to various institutions. Just to give an example, I think during General Mkhwanazi's testimony, I didn't watch it, the whole of it, either here or at the Nhlanhla Commission. Somewhere you saw that there was communication between Mr. Nhlanhla, for example, and somebody from IPID, where the plan was they want to get General Khumalo arrested. But the other one was saying, hey, now there's no injuries, there's no JD8, so I can't arrest. So we just need leaders that respect their work, but we also, of course, need oversight that institutions that are meant to do specific work, they do that which they are meant to. They do not chase personal agendas or be weaponized to do nefarious activities and acts. That we need that oversight into institutions. And from the police side, we are prepared to undertake a lot of reforms where we see there are problems, but unfortunately the others we can't. But we need an overall of the system in terms of when it comes to watchdogs, for police watchdog, you have your IPID, you have police secretariat, and you have got all other bodies. So I think maybe as the legislature, you need to look at whether should you have all these many institutions, you have IDEC, you have DPCI, should you have all these many bodies? Why should you have IDEC and DPCI more or less doing one and the same thing? And you have police secretariat, you have IPID. I know it's there in law, but couldn't you have one institution that is police oversight? In it, you can have a DG with a DDG IPID and a DDG Civilian Secretariat of Police instead of having too many. And you end up having police, instead of busy fighting crime, they are writing reports to satisfy each and every of these institutions. So that, I think we need to look at that and look at what these institutions are they doing what they're supposed to do, or are they weaponized to do other things? So that is the critical matter that is a problem. Institutions are tend and weaponized to do other things, like we have now the counterintelligence operations in Gauteng. There is a lot of institutions that want to get rid of it, or they want to get their nose in there, whereas the team is doing quite a good work and they are getting rid of cartels and criminals. So that's the support we need, and also from the executive and members of this honorable House.
So we as lawmakers, we need to, in summary, what you're saying is to ensure that we don't leave a void after we get rid of cartels and politicians that are involved in enabling all this. We need to look at the oversight bodies. We have too many. And perhaps just have one, and that will assist in trying to maintain a clean South African police service.
Yeah, I think if you do that, you will definitely have a better oversight, because now there are many. Some end up, somebody from you end up going to one and say, no, do for me 1, 2, 3. And they end up being busy with all those things. If you have one, you can concentrate on it and do oversight on us, and we do our work. We have got nothing to hide. Hence, I have now, as you heard yesterday, requested the SIU to do lifestyle audit of all members of SAPS, because sometimes some of you of the honorable members and other public people, they are used against us to say, yes, Masemola is corrupt, yes, he's doing that, just to push a narrative that is not really there. Some have been paid to do those things, which is not the truth. So, and public end up believing, no, Masemola is corrupt. I mean, where did I do? Whose money did I chow away? So, if we streamline the oversight on police, that will work quite best. Thanks.
National Commissioner, yesterday you said there's about 840 members that are, I'm now on the vetting and security clearance questions. So you've started a vetting process of about 840 members by an independent service provider, if I remember correctly.
That is correct, Honorable Chair. It is a lifestyle audit, not necessarily
What with
vetting.
the lifestyle audit?
Audit, yeah. Vetting will still be done by crime intelligence and SSA, but this one is a lifestyle
lifestyle
audit.
So how did you identify a service provider? Is it a private company? What process did we use in identifying a service provider to do that? And you tell us who the service provider is that's doing the lifestyle audit? Or could we not use someone in the Auditor General, or anyway, you tell us.
I did say, I say it again, the service provider is a special investigative unit.
Oh, it's from the SIU.
Mr. Advocate Mutivi's unit, they have got the capacity to do that. It's a state agency. I thought we can use them. They are independent from us, and they have done other institutions, I think provincial government, Gauteng, they use them. So I engaged the advocate somewhere in April, and there was some glitches along, but eventually we have finalized all those, and it's just final touches, and then you will start. But the identification of the 840 or so is the senior management of SAPS. That is from brigadier up to myself. They will start with that. When they finish, then we targeted environments like your central farm registry, supply chain management, division finance, and port of entry. So those will be the second layer as a priority. And from there, we can then see how far we go, because it's a time-consuming exercise.
So they haven't started yet. The process is about to start, is what I'm getting.
Through you, Honorable Chair, that is correct, Honorable Member.
And they have capacity because, you know, National Commissioner, when we sit in the portfolio committee, we say, yeah, we're starting this wonderful project and we're all excited. And then 3 months later, when we get a report, it's like, no, we don't have capacity. There was no resources, as we see with the issue of security clearance, which we come into now. We determined that they're going to have capacity and more or less the time frame to conduct and complete these lifestyle audits of the 840 senior SAPS officials.
Yeah, those details, that's what is being finalized now,
Okay.
Honorable Chairperson.
Security clearance, do you have security clearance, National Commissioner?
I do have, Honorable Chair.
When was it? And it's every 5 years, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
So your last one was done when?
You don't know whether it's 2, 3 years ago.
Why do you appoint people into positions, National Commissioner, when they haven't received the clearance certificates? Because we have a lot of those. And maybe in writing, Chair, we can get that, how many, you're saying from Brigadier, right, up until the General, we require security clearance. Am I correct?
Honorable Chair, the 840 is senior management
Yeah.
that I'm going to subject to lifestyle audit. It's a
Yeah, I
different
get that,
process.
yeah.
Yes, vetting, well, it depends on where you work, what you do. That's how we prioritize.
Okay.
But of course, most of the senior
But we
managers.
found, right, of more or less how many people who are in those positions require vetting. Do you have it offhand, or you are obviously able to access that information and submit it to us?
The last year, I think the Division Crime Intelligence, they reached their target in terms of vetting. Actually, they overperformed, they overachieved. And hence, this current year, I gave them the target of 1,500, meaning I said, in that 1,005, make sure you finalize every one of the 840. Currently, some of the 840 senior managers, they do have security clearances, but there is a balance that is left, so they must finalize that. And normally when we appoint people, because it is not due to the people's own or negligence, Honorable Chair, that they don't have security clearance. The way the division was structured from those years, it was structured in such a way that it is impossible for them to vet the SAPS by making sure that their capacity are limited. You recall I said at some point there were about 7, the whole country. 7 vetting 186,000. So it tells you. So, but we are building that capacity in the crime intelligence, and they are increasing number, and the performance is also increasing.
And do we find that
Honorable Matthias,
we're done? Okay.
may you please round up?
One more. And I'm
Yeah.
You said that during the investigations with CAT, you found that there were 80 other cases related to him. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
And it's expanding over what period? More or less, these cases that have been dangling around the country.
I think it goes far back as 2007.
So National Commissioner, does that not just tell you that how we have failed the country if we have someone has 80, right? Not 18 cases since 2007 up until now, and he's gone under the radar. That speaks to a failed South African police services.
I do agree, Honorable Chair, but we have discovered it ourselves. We are doing something about it.
Thank you. I'm done, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthias. Honorable members, when we come back from morning tea, I will need one speaker from the ANC, one speaker from the MKP, one speaker from the DA, one speaker from the EFF. And then after we shall have taken those 4 speakers, we will then break for lunch. I'm just alerting you so that when you come back, you must have lined your speakers. We are now breaking for tea. May we please come back after 15 minutes. From now, it will be 20 minutes before 20 minutes before 12 when we come back from tea. Yeah. Whatever you may want to call it. If you want to call for it a bit morning tea, you want to call it a stretch break, a comfort break. Yeah. Honorable members, we must resume. May I check from the ANC who is speaking? Honorable Nhlanhla. Okay. Yeah. Honorable Nhlanhla, with due respect, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to members and everyone. Chair, I think let me first agree with General Masemola that we have identified a serious legislative gap in respect of the protection of whistleblowers. And indeed, the Department of Justice did send us the whistleblower protection bill as part of the legislative program. So, Chair, we agree with the General. General, I think let's start yesterday. Yesterday, something unprecedented happened. A chief of staff called the entire nation to a press briefing. We have never seen it before. So I want to check if in the service do we have internal communication protocols, or it's a Vula's book kind of a situation.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. We do have communication protocols. We have a policy, national instruction on communication, which says exactly who should communicate. It's normally members that are appointed to do communication. In each province, there is one head office, there is also, and national commissioner and provincial commissioners also can communicate, and of course other members like your deputy national commissioners. So there is a regulated space.
Okay, that's fine. Let's not persuade further. I think Mr. Ngabende will also come to testify in the Ad-hoc. Who is Brigadier Liteko? Do you know a person by the name of Brigadier Liteko?
Letoko.
Yeah, Litoko.
Oh,
Sorry.
He's a chief of staff in my office, Honorable Chair.
What would be your reaction if General Sbiya comes to the Ad-hoc committee and testify that on the 3rd of January 2025, he received a letter written by Brigadier Liteko to him, instructing him to proceed with the dissolution process of the political killings testing? What would be your reaction to that?
Yeah, Honorable Chair and members, my response will be that the chief of staff in my office sent the letter, the directive from the minister to the deputies, which is Lieutenant General Msikidi, who was acting as National Commissioner by then, and also sent to Lieutenant General Sbiya to say, yes, do attend to it.
Is there no letter written from your office by your chief of staff to the Deputy National Commissioner of Police, Lieutenant General Sbiya, that instructs him directly I'm not talking about the letter from the minister that could have been transferred. I'm talking about a letter that deliberately instructs your deputy to proceed. It was on the 3rd of January 2025, to proceed with the dissolution process and the report on the 14th of January 2025. Is there no such a letter?
Honorable Chair, I do agree. I say the Chief of Staff in my office did send a directive to both the deputies that they attend to the minister's letter. However, I'm on record to have said that between that time and until when I arrived back in the office, nothing has been done by that time. And the letter that General Sibia brought on the 14th and the 15th, Honorable Chair, that's the two letters I nullified. Whatever he might have received, nothing wrong. Let's take it for a moment that he received that directive and he did what he did. Come the 14th, come the 15th. The same letter that he have, I tell him that I am not subscribing to this. So stop doing this and leave it, get out of it. Don't do it anymore. I will do it myself. So directive be given on the 2nd or 3rd, Honorable Chairperson. I come the 14th, yes, he says, National Commissioner, Minister says we must dissolve the PKTT. Here is an instruction signing so that we dissolve. I look at it and says, no, we don't do it this way. Honorable Chair, you would recall yesterday, I even explained how we, the interaction of that day when he told me this House Scorpions, the way the directive is, this House Scorpions was dissolved, so it's in order. Then I told him why we can't do it, and that let's not do it this way. It's not my way of doing it. I'm going to do it differently, and I explain how it should be done. Phase approach, winding down, and go and come up with that plan. Come the 15th, he come with the letter. Well, I must say, I never read the whole of it, but at glance I saw again immediate disbandment. And I said, no, you know what? Leave this matter, don't do it anymore. I will do it myself. So whether there was a directive from my office on the 1st or 2nd to him, that doesn't matter because nothing happened in that period. Whatever he have done
But did you
during that
authorize
period,
the 3rd one?
whatever he have done in that period, the product of that, that's what came to me on the 14th. And on the 14th, I told him what to do, which he went to do with the assistant of another employee of the service. He came back on the 15th. Again, I says, seems you don't understand what I'm saying. Leave this matter, get out of it. So whether the directive on the 2nd, I don't deny it. I said it is standard that whenever such matter come to the office of National Commissioner, it will be directed to the relevant offices.
Okay. So did you authorize the letter of the 3rd?
Did I?
Did you authorize the letter of the 3rd of January?
Honorable Chair.
Or how is the communication from your office being get authorized? Or anyone can write a letter and send it without having checked with the principal if this letter should be sent in this form?
No, like when I'm here now, work hasn't stopped in my office. Whatever comes there, they will channel it to the relevant people that are supposed to do the work.
So whoever was in your office when you were on leave authorized the letter?
Yeah, they send it to the relevant offices.
Okay, let's walk down to section 207, subsection 2 of the Constitution, which gives you a legal duty and a constitutional obligation to exercise control and manage the police service in South Africa. Now, where do you think that the exercising control and managing of the police service screws may have been loosened? Because now at the disposal of the people of South Africa is a service that is in limbo, is a service that is at war with itself. So where do you think that you may have missed it somewhere to manage? I hear that you say you did your best to manage and mitigate this situation. Maybe can you take us through this best you did to manage, control the police service so that it does not spiral in this manner? So what efforts were made by the National Commissioner?
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. I wouldn't know exactly which area are you referring to when it comes to managing control. I think I did what I supposed to do. After the directive was received, I expressed my view in terms of how I view the matter should be treated. And I submitted that report to the minister. And so I don't see where I missed to manage. I don't foresee that I can't be held responsible for the actions of the minister and any other. I did my work, I investigated crime, we discovered crime, we're investigating it. So I think I did manage.
Okay, but paragraph 4.1.1 of the terms of reference of the Ad-hoc committee directs us to investigate whether there is political interference in the police service. Is there political interference in the police service, according to what you have experienced as the National Commissioner?
Yeah, well, my my experience will be that in as far as this specific directive of the 31st of December 2024 is concerned, yes, there was interference where the minister then gave that directive without, well, he might have applied his mind, I don't know, but when you apply your mind, you apply your mind based on facts. So I take that as interference because he didn't have facts that have led him to decide. What I heard yesterday from the senior counsel to say he would say receive complaints about PKTT, receive reports from Meriti Haas and all those others. Those are not reasons that can make you disband a team. That I would say yes, sounded is I regard it then as an interference, because should he have come to want to understand anything about the team, that could have been a different situation altogether. Get a briefing, understand, he put his problems forward, we give responses, and he then can give a directive, or we jointly find a solution.
Okay. So along this interference process, you take General Sbeya to a leave of absence or something like that. He takes you to court. You depose an affidavit to the Pretoria High Court that, amongst other things that it raises, is that actually the minister has got a legal obligation to oversee the police service and its units and task teams. Are you aware of the contents of that affidavit?
Yeah, I might not remember everything of that affidavit, but yeah, I take it is there.
Okay, but do you get the fact that the affidavit says something different to what you are saying now in terms of the political interference?
I do take the point of the honorable member chair that he says that's what that affidavit is saying.
Okay.
No reason to doubt.
Okay, your CV suggests that you have at some point led you headed in intelligence operations. And amongst what the main witness, General Mkhwanazi, alleges here under oath is that the letter itself in its nature is an ammunition to stop reforms in the crime intelligence. Because part of what it asserts is that there must be the filling of vacancies in the crime intelligence must be halted completely in all levels. So he has got a strong view that the letter itself is to stop the reforms. Are you aware of these reforms in the crime intelligence the general is talking about? What is your view on the reforms?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. You would recall, Honorable Member, that I did say after the divisional commissioner took over in that division, myself and the former minister and the divisional commissioner, we did agree on reforms within the space of crime intelligence. So, and General Kumalo was busy with those reforms in terms of we're transferring people and trying to bring other people so that we reform the environment.
Okay. So on the 31st of December 2024, the minister writes a letter to you or your office. Now, the main witness alleges that the letter itself was not authored by the minister, nor was it authored by anyone in the police service, because there was a back and forth of the contents of the letter. Are you aware of that allegation?
Well, I heard that from General Mkhwanazi, but I can't be a witness to that. I don't know, but I heard him saying that.
Okay. The PKTT's term of office was supposedly 6 months. When is it expiring?
As long as there is work, as long as politicians get killed, I will sustain it and have it.
Okay, what is the process of extending the term of office of any task team in the police service? Is there a process, or is just the national commissioner takes a decision as long as there is an assessment to it?
No, the process, normally, sometime when you start, you might give it, say the task team should be for 6 months or a year, you give it a period, with a view that they must deal with the problem that you identified. If it's a specific crime, they deal with it. When they finish, then task team is dissolved. So normally how we renew, the people that are doing the work, they will write a motivation to say they ask for extension for a month or 2 or 3 or 6 and give the reasons why. And that will be assessed. Some teams will be assessed by the body called National Crime Combating Forum, which consists of operational divisions at head office, and they will approve at that level. Or if it's a team that gets approved by National Commission, they will send for approval to the National Commission.
Okay. General Mkhwanazi also mentions to the Ad-hoc committee that amongst the 121 case dockets that were taken to the head office, One amongst them is that of Nhlanhla from Tata. I'm sure you'll recall the Justice for Nhlanhla campaign. So if that's the case, then would we say that SAPS actually characterized the brutal assassination of Nhlanhla as a political killing? And what is the status of the docket now? Has the removal impacted the fact that there's no one arrested today?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. No, the political killings task team, as you are aware, they were doing the work in the province of KZN. But I am on record to have said that when we went to Fort Hare with the then minister, and we saw that there is a problem, well, of murder cases, but not necessarily alone, we enlisted the political killings task team to go and help there. So the fact that they took Nhlanhla's docket is not to say we classified as political killing. All we wanted was, we wanted people that can be able to resolve the case. That's how the team went. And the team did work on the docket until they were interdicted. That's one matter that where we don't understand how the judiciary came into being. The certain people went to High Court, they interdicted the team on that case for other reasons and for almost a year. But the docket is back with the team. I might not precisely say where it is now, but it's back to be investigated.
Okay. So I think the interdict will maybe assess it in the in-camera arrangement. I think the general does not want to give us deeper detail on it now in a public platform. I think we can attend to that later. It's no problem.
Through you, Honorable Chair, the interdict, the best person will be General Khumalo who can give that. But I know that somebody came forward with an interdict, but later we are on with
okay.
The
No,
investigation.
that's fine. General, is it your evidence that political killings are still prevalent in South Africa? And therefore, that makes the letter of the 31st of December 2024 unwarranted in terms of the purpose that which the political killings task team was formed for?
Yes, I do agree that they are still prevalent, Honorable Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Then the letter comes. Part of the provisions contained in the letter is the fact that political killings task team must be disbanded immediately. And General Mkhwanazi makes exception of the immediately part. So, apart from that, you choose to design a program, a smooth program that will make you arrive at an ultimate dissolution. So, is it your concession that the letter the problem with the letter is the immediate part of the dissolution of the PKTT?
No, Honorable Chair, the problem is not the immediate. The letter itself is a problem. Yes, the whole letter is a problem, not the immediate. But what I chose was not to do it immediate, but do it my way. And remember, Honorable Chair, I did say that this letter was a directive and not a request. And at that time, I had my doubts as to circumstances surrounding this letter, why it came. And that time I was not in a privileged position, Honorable Chair, like the honorable members now. You have both sides. You have the before and after. Myself, when those things were happening, I only had the before. I didn't really know what is this. I suspected that this irregular, illegal, but not really having facts. Thanks.
Thank you, General. So part of what you say in your statement is that part of what makes you disagree with the approach of dissolving the PKTT is the fact that there was no report solicited in terms of the performance of the task team. There was no consultation with the sister departments that which constitute the PKTT. You'll understand that it's not only it's SAPS. So in the process of developing a winding off approach or plan, did you consult the head of the crime intelligence, the head of the National Prosecuting Authority, the head of Hawks?
Well, the Hawks were not really more involved in this matter. And the NPA, yes, I did speak to the national director informally. But the reason why I didn't want to consult wide on this matter is because, remember, I haven't reached a point where I'm saying this team should be resolved. That point were not reached. And this plan of disbandment of the minister was not yet finalized, not yet approved.
But General, you said the reason why the political task team, the political killings task team is still standing on its feet is because the minister did not sign the plan. Not because there was no interest on dissolving the PKTT.
Yes, on my side, there was no interest to dissolving the team. And on his side, the FNE had signed. So I didn't see a reason that I should go wide. I informally spoke to the national director that there is this thing. And but the head of intelligence, well, he was part of it.
Okay. The main witness has got a very strong view that the decision to dissolve or the intention to dissolve the political killings task team had really nothing to do with what was written in the letter. He has got strong views that it was externally influenced. And he mentions a lot of people, some inside the service, some outside the service. What is your view on that?
I do agree, Honorable Chair. Remember, I also said, I'm on record to have said that after the search of Mr. Nhlanhla's house, the arrest of Mr. Nhlanhla in May, the team untangled the real motive. That's true what he is saying, and I also said the same yesterday, today, and again, I'm still saying, yes, it's true. We now know that the motive was just not that the team is no more adding value. There's a bigger picture on that.
Okay. Then you hold a meeting yourself, the minister, and General Khumalo to take him through, and amongst those were intelligence related matters. And you make an assertion that part of your team members, including your Deputy General Spear, has been compromised. Has been compromised on the basis that they are now linked to criminal syndicates. How is General Spear linked to those criminal syndicates? in your view or in your knowledge?
Honorable Chair, I think, well, that is still a subject of investigation. I might say one thing today, and it changes tomorrow.
That's fine. That's fine. We
Thank
can take that, Chair. Now, you give an instruction after the 14th of January to Sibiya, your deputy, to leave issues relating to the dissolution of the PKTT to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, beyond that instruction or directive you give him, he continues to play part in writing letters for the dissolution and making plans for the dissolution of the PKTT. Do you not take that as defiance?
I did call him to say he must stop doing that, which he was doing. Yes. Hence, I eventually end up taking steps.
Okay, what steps did you take? Was the only steps we know were taken were after the 6th of July? What steps were taken from January when you were defied by your junior?
When I became aware of those letters, I did call him in to say, I did say, leave the matter to me, I'm attending to it. So I did rebuke him for that.
But he defied to give the matter to you, General. That's what I'm saying. And after that defiance, what steps were taken by the principal in disciplining or effecting consequence management to his junior? Because all we know now, all what is in our disposal, is that General Sibiya, your deputy, was only suspended or taken to leave after the 6th of July, which is the press briefing by General Mkhwanazi. So between January and July, you were defied blatantly by your junior. What did you do about that?
Well, that time, as I said, Honorable Chair, I did call him, I think, more than once to say, stop this. And for me, it was like, yes, he will stop. But on the other side, the minister was talking to him directly. That's another angle. But for me, I did say, no, he must stop what he was doing.
Okay. Okay, let's leave it like that, General.
Okay.
You in your statement, you make mention, I think it's paragraph 63. You make mention of a disciplinary hearing. I think Honorable Sokanyele did ask you about that. A disciplinary against General Khan. I didn't get what now becomes the status of General Khan in the South African Police Service. And the reason I'm asking this, General, is that General Mkhwanazi keeps on mentioning General Khan as part of the center of this fracas the service finds itself in now. So what then becomes the status of employment of General Khan in the South African Police Service?
Well, as I said earlier, Honorable Chair, the disciplinary case against him was finalized and he was found not guilty. And it was him, General Mkhwanazi, who was the chairperson presiding over that matter. And he cleared him. And he is still working in crime intelligence.
Okay, no, that's fine. Well, he was cleared. That's the report.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you find yourself in a very pressing situation as a national commissioner. You receive a letter from the immediate principal, which is the executive authority. Now, along the way, you find that you are unable to get yourselves into into an agreement in respect of what must happen in the PKTT status. Now, your appointing authority is the President of the Republic of South Africa. Have you made means to engage the President into making him understand the importance of not dissolving the PKTT. I'm asking this because you say the president has agreed that the plan to dissolve is correct. But General Mkhwanazi have got a different understanding of the attitude of the president towards the dissolution, because he says the president in Northern Cape made public assertions that the political killing system is working very well and no need to touch it and all those things. So what was the reaction of the president to the fact that there is this calamity between yourself and the minister?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did said it before earlier in this House, Honorable Chair, but I will repeat it again. I say the president was taken aback when I informed him about this, and I said to the president that my view was this shouldn't be disbanded, but if ever it has to be done, Mr. President, shouldn't be done the way of Minister Mkhulu of immediate. That was in February when I saw the president, which the president says, okay, I think yes, what you are saying makes sense. So you just have to understand what I said. I said to him, this team, I think it should not be disbanded, but if ever it has to be done, should be done the following. So that's how we engaged.
Okay. Let's walk down to the Medicare 24 tender. The minister finds that there is no progress in terms of the work it was supposed to be doing and orders you to terminate. You correctly start a process arrangement that at least there must be a process to that decision. Correctly so. So you instruct the internal audit team to do an investigation. Then in January 2025, the investigation comes and it points out serious irregularities in the appointment process. Then what consequence management was effected to those who were part of the bid committees and the final signatory to the appointment?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Well, the report that you are referring to, Honorable Member, was a preliminary report, and the final report came in April. And after the final report, I terminated, and yes, I did want to take immediate actions against these members. But the experts within the field advised me that no, let's do a forensic audit. That forensic audit, I received a progress report about a week ago to say they are about to finish, and it will be right and best that we allow this forensic audit because it will tell us exactly what went wrong and who's involved. And only with that report, we can then take departmental steps. Because if we start taking steps with this ordinary audit report, we will run the risk that later people might start mentioning or implicating other people, which if we did the audit, the forensic audit would have alluded to that. So as soon as this is finalized, Honorable Chair, yes, we're going to take drastic steps against those involved.
Okay, I'm going to ask you three questions. It's my last questions, General. General Mkhwanazi asserts in this ad-hoc that the letter itself and the transfer of dockets was a missed target. Was a missed target by people who actually thought that is the PKTT that is investigating the drug cartels in Gauteng. Maybe you will tell us your understanding on that matter. But he further expands and say, part of the reasons why they had to enhance the work in Gauteng, deploying 10 members of the PKT to do the work was that the police management in Gauteng has collapsed. Has collapsed because those that which are expected to run after the criminals are actually drinking and dining with those criminals in Gauteng. And the last issue is that he says the issue relating to the arrest of General Khumalo is not a credible or meticulous policing related issue. It's a project. So he says General Khumalo is a project of the people who wants investigations, particularly in Gauteng, to be halted. What's your view on those three issues?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Before the arrest of Mr. Nhlanhla, even General Mkhwanazi wouldn't have said that. We all got that after the team have analyzed the phone and we came to that. And well, the call for assistance from the political killings task team to come and assist Gauteng at that time was solely based on the fact that we wanted the expertise of the political killings task team. As we have seen in Fort Hare, where we think we have a problem, I enlist them. When in KwaZulu-Natal we had the problem of killing of traditional leaders, then we also enlist their assistance. So even there in Gauteng, we wanted their skill. It was during the process of investigation when they start uncovering these matters, uncovering that there is some members, some police in Gauteng that seems to be compromised, and they uncovered all the rest. And that's when then we registered this project of Gauteng counterintelligence to investigate the whole thing. So that is the investigation that's in the process. The arrest of Khumalo, I wouldn't want to venture much into discussing an arrest. All I know is that he was arrested for employing him and the team. They were arrested for employing somebody from BMW to a post in crime intelligence. The person, I think, was earning 1.1 million and employed in crime intelligence, where he'll be earning 1.2 million. And the process, according to me, was fair. And I did get a report from IDEC after the arrest. I tasked somebody to internally investigate that matter for discipline purpose. The report came to me to say there is no case based on what they find. The process looks legit. And I did clear them. I did inform them that we don't find a misconduct in this thing.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair. I'm sure I'm still left with some minutes, but I'm done.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nhlanhla. The time I allocate you, honorable members, when you feel that you have spoken for some time, you look at me and check if the microphone is not indicating red. Once you see it indicating red, it's a warning to you that you must move towards winding up without putting you under pressure. Just to say to you, your time is about to expire. Okay, thank you so much. Most of the time, my microphone is off. Can we please move to, is it you, Honorable Nomvalo? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. How are you, National Commissioner? How are you doing?
Through you, Honorable Chair, I'm fine, Honorable Nabhar.
I'm okay too. Well, I want you to enlighten us more in relation to the allegations made by General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, which you have also put here as terms of reference in your statement in page 4, on page 4 of your statement. There is an allegation under paragraph 4.1.7, which says that inter alia, we must investigate, open quote, the alleged corrupt relationship between Mr. Mkhunu and Mr. Brown Mkhotsi, and between Mr. Mkhotsi and Mr. Uvusumuzi Nhlanhla. Now, who is this Mkhotsi guy? How does he get involved in the operations of SAPS, according to your knowledge?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I don't know the guy, and well, I do not have a police official with that name, so I don't know who is he, and you have got no business in SAPS.
General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi seems to be convinced that Mkhotsi was an ally of Sibia. I mean, was an ally of the Minister Mkhunu. Subsequently, Mkhotsi was an ally of Nhlanhla. Now, in this context, Mkhotsi was used by Nhlanhla as a messenger to the minister. What is your take on that? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think the relevant officials like General Khumalo will be able to show you that. I think also General Mkhwanazi did show you those links. Yes, I believe what they are saying.
Yeah, because we are not doing an academic exercise here, National Commissioner. We are trying to get to the bottom of these allegations. So what we want to get from your responses is what will assist us in doing investigations of all these allegations. Now, my difficulty is that in the evidence that has been accused so far, orally and in terms of the documents that were perused, the conversations that we have seen are conversations between the minister, are the conversations between Brown Mkhotsi and the commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, wherein Mkhotsi claims that he has some influence to the minister, and conversations between Brown Mkhotsi and Nhlanhla. Now, if the minister comes here and say, I don't have any relationship with Mkhotsi, Mkhotsi used my name to advance selfish narrow interest and for material gains. Are you in possession of any evidence that suggests that that would be a lie?
Well, I believe General Mkhwanazi might have showed you some WhatsApp messages, and General Khumalo will still show you other messages which they can give evidence to that effect in terms of communication that talks to between Mr. Mkhotsi, between Ted Nhlanhla, and between the minister. They will be able to show you that.
You know why I'm asking that question, National Commissioner, is because I've been in a political space for some time. And I know that it's a general tendency of some comrades to use names of those who occupy higher echelons for their self-enrichment or for their material gains. So I anticipate that the defense of the minister might be that my name was wrongly used here. There is absolutely nothing that suggests that I've got a relationship with Mkhwanazi. I only know Mkhwanazi from a distance as a comrade. He had no influence in the running of SAPS. That is why I was able to write a letter that terminates the 360 million contract. What would you say? I'm asking this because we need evidence to resolve these matters. What would you say? How would you respond? Are we in a position to prove that wrong, that defense wrong, if the minister comes with that defense?
Yeah, I'm sure the officials that I'm talking about will be able to show you the links. That's why I didn't want to give evidence of the second person. They will be able to give evidence to that effect. But I wouldn't overrule that, as you say, you are in the political space. You know the environment and how people behave. That I can't deny. You talk from experience. But the officials will be able then to indicate those WhatsApps that will show money movement and linkages. I think you just have to give it space until they give evidence.
So to what extent has this so-called corrupt relationship caused the damage in the running of SAPS? So this alleged corrupt relationship between the minister and Mkhwanazi, ultimately Nhlanhla, to what extent has it caused the damage?
Well, the first damage is this disbandment of the directive of the 31st of December. That is a damage.
Okay, now let's go to the disbandment of the political task team, political killings task team. Is there any piece of legislation which prescribes how a task team can either be formed or dissolved? Or there's a lacuna?
No, there's no legislation. Legislation says the national commissioner can organize and reorganize, establish institutions, depots, unions, and so on. So, but of course, even a task team, one can take it as part of that. So, but doesn't mean it can necessarily be established by national committee. It can be established at lower levels also.
Yeah, so the advice that you can give to us as lawmakers is that you must close that gap, correct?
You must.
In terms of formulating the law, we must close that gap. Is that the advice you can give to us as lawmakers?
The advice I can give is, if you can, obviously, dwell more on defining what the minister can do. What is the minister's function? And what is the national commissioner's functions?
Okay, if I heard you precisely yesterday, during your oral testimony, you made a mention of a task team which preceded the 2018 task team. And you said you identified some weaknesses in that task team. Ipso facto, you established another task team which was multidisciplinary, in that it consisted SAPS, NPA, etc., etc. Now, in that, how was that? Because you never spoke about its formulation and disbandment. How was it formulated and disbanded? You only spoke about the formulation of the 2018 task team, which started from the visit of the president, establishment of the interministerial committee, etc., etc. And you spoke less about the formation of the previous one. May you please take us through?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. So you want me to,
Yes, the previous task team which preceded the 2018 one, how was it formulated and dissolved, later dissolved?
yeah, the previous task team, when it was formulated, I was involved. We went to KZN. It was myself and the former, by then, Minister of Police, Mr. Fikile Mbalula. We got a briefing to the provincial commissioner or the acting provincial commissioner. That time, I can't understand and remember. I think it was acting provincial commissioner, Major General Nhlanhla, I suppose. And after that briefing, and we said these political killings are a problem, so we need to do something. Then myself and General Nhlanhla, I said, no, Minister, in this case, we will establish a task team. And that agreement was endorsed, and the provincial commissioner established a task team consisting of members from various units and stations, including the DPCI. Actually, the brigadier from DPCI was the head of that specific task team.
So you later dissolved it on the basis that it was not fulfilling its responsibilities to your satisfaction, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you identify some elements of criminality within that task team from the members of SAPS?
No, what we identified was not necessarily criminality, but it was more the fact that they come from local. They interact a lot with local politicians. We identify that as a problem.
As a weakness?
As a weakness, yes.
So there were no criminalities that were taking place?
Not as far as I remember, but I know there were, but it wasn't members of this task team. There was one or so that was arrested for murders at Cleveland, but he wasn't a member of this task team. It was just a police official.
Okay. Now, in the 2018 task team, you said that there was an involvement of different components because you wanted to tighten its trend. There was an involvement of SAPS, NPA. Now, where was the NPA reporting? Was the NPA also reporting to SAPS, or they were reporting to their bosses in the NPA?
No, the NPA were reporting to their bosses.
Maybe let me clarify my question. I'm asking in relation to the work that they were doing as in the scope of the political killings task team. Where were they reporting?
Yeah, they were reporting to their bosses, but of course, they work with the team. They will give, now and then they will take dockets and look at them and give guidance in terms of the investigation. That's why the fact that we wanted them to be dedicated to work with the team was that if you use an ordinary prosecutor who's sitting at court, he receives a lot of dockets, receive GBV, receive assault and so on. So that doesn't make him to be focused. So these ones, they were there for the team to guide the team in terms of investigation, to assist the team. So they were interacting with the team and the coordinator of the team. But of course, they will also give progress to their offices.
General Mkhwanazi said, I'm not quoting him verbatim, I'm just paraphrasing. He said that they made a gruesome discovery that some of members of the PKTT were compromised, the result of which they took a decision to rotate them. Are you in agreement with that?
Right from the word go, there was no really member that would work there permanent. They were rotated continuously. I'm aware that, yes, there were those that were arrested.
Are there any
21.
members of the NPA who were found to be on the wrong side of the law? And if so, what actions were taken against them?
I don't remember any. What I remember was there was members of SAPS that were, there were members of SAPS that were, there is members of SAPS that were arrested that were not part of the team. And there is one that I can remember of who was part of the team who was arrested by the same team. And in terms of NPA, let me recorrect my statement. I'm aware that there were cases opened by the team against members of the NPA, and which I end up having a meeting myself with the director, National Director of Public Prosecutions on the matter.
Okay. National Commissioner, let's go to a letter dated the 31st of December 2024. If I heard you correctly when you were responding to, I think, to Honorable Nhlanhla, you said holistically the letter was wrong. So when you say that, do you mean that the minister was acting ultra virus in all the regarding all the instructions that he gave in that letter? Because remember, the instruction was not only related to the disbandment of political killings. There were other 2 instructions, and in total there were 3. So the minister acted ultra virus. Is that your conclusion?
Yeah, I did say that according to me, yes, he acted wrong on 2 matters: political disbandment of political killing task team and the matter of the stop filling of posts in the crime intelligence. The ports of entry, no, I don't think there's anything wrong there.
Yeah, because somewhere in your statement you have articulated the statutory and constitutional responsibility of the National Commissioner and those of the minister. The gist of the minister's responsibility is to formulate and implement policy. That is correct.
Honorable Chair, yes, yes, to develop national policing policy.
So these matters were not related to that scope of framework. They were operational matters.
According to me, the 2, they were operational matters that were within my terrain of managing. I could, if you have a problem with the task team, you could have said, I have a problem, 1, 2, 3 with the task team. Then I would go and investigate, see how serious is that. If it's so much serious that I should disband the task team, then I will do it, or take out the members and bring other ones. Yes, that's what I would have done.
Okay, the last paragraph of that letter says, open quote, "My observation in this regard, as indicated above, is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value to policing in South Africa." Now, I know that your sentiments around this, your sentiments are that the team was effective because you went to an extent of giving us statistics of the arrests that were made and the investigations. Now, so I want to get the extent of the work that was done by this political killings task team. You know, I'm going to put a proposition to you, and I would request your opinion. And the reason why I'm going to put this proposition is because I want to be sure if you arrived at the root cause of political killings in KZN.
during your investigations? Because there's a perception that at the center of political killings, taxi bosses are involved. Now, my assertion is that, National Commissioner, because of a decline of the profit margin in the taxi industry, the former the former taxi bosses resorted to getting involved into tenders. And their anchors in tenders are politicians. To safeguard their interests, they still use the same modus operandi that they used when they were still taxi bosses, of eliminating people who appear to be problematic to them. When you are doing, because I'm trying to establish the effectiveness of that team, did you go to that extent when you were making your investigations? And do you agree with my assertion?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, to an extent, we have picked up that, taxi environment, they move to the political sphere for tender purposes. And that assertion is true. But also in the province like Western Cape, in terms of the gangs, they're also doing the same. Are you aware of a perception that the police are scared of taxi bosses? Are you aware of that public perception? That the police are scared of dealing with taxi bosses? No, they might be that saying, but I know that they are not.
No,
Maybe
remember,
some police,
my
not all.
perception is not a fact, it's just a perception. I'm not saying that by being a perception, then it's true. But are you aware of that perception?
No. Police that are afraid of taxi bosses. No.
That is why the taxi industry took over during the looting. It's because there was a great loss of confidence in the police. In some areas, in some malls, in Mzimkulu, for instance, where I come from, the police gave over and the taxi industry took over and there was order in town.
Okay.
Are you aware of that perception?
Well, I wouldn't deny it. I wouldn't deny what you are saying, but I will deny that there's a general perception that police are afraid of taxi bosses, whereas we are arresting the taxi bosses.
Okay, so was this political killings task team able to arrest some of the taxi bosses who are involved in killing comrades?
Offhand, I wouldn't be able to comment on that one. I don't know. I never checked that. I don't know, Honorable Chair. But what I know is we do arrest them. We've just cleaned up Eastern Cape, and now we are coming here. From here, we go Gauteng. So we're not afraid of them. No.
Okay, let's go to General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the Provincial Commissioner of KZN. Went to the media on the 6th of July. One would say he just became helpless in the situation because at some point he attempted to appear before the Zondo Commission. They never allowed him to appear. He tried to address his concerns within SAPS. He was never given audience. So his conduct on the 6th of December was as a consequence of desperation and was as a consequence of the fact that he lost confidence in the system. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say so. I agree that yes, he did report to those various authorities that you said. And on the 6th, he ended up making a press conference. Honorable Chair, you should be aware that, remember, when he went on the conference of the six, it's after that we know now what is happening. Before that, we didn't know, and he didn't go to a press briefing.
Okay, if the minister comes here and say, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi is doing all of this because he is part of a certain cabal in the SAPS, which involves General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, the National Commissioner, and General Khumalo, how will you react to that?
Well, the fact of the matter is, it's not a cabal. We are not a cabal. We are just doing our work. Whoever will call us a cabal, I will be suspicious if maybe is that person not in some way in charge of a cabal. We are not a cabal. We are just doing our work. And it's been a long time that we have been doing this work. Can go back to 2011 when we were there. We did the work. And even now, all what we want to do is to do the work. We are doing the work with the political killing stars team in KZN. In Gauteng, we discovered what's happening, and we are investigating that. In CI, when Minister Kel was still around, we said, myself and Khumalo, we said with him to say, hey, let's fix this, and he agreed. And up to so far, I think he's the only minister that I know agreed that let's clean up crime intelligence. And he committed to that, and we started the process. Unfortunately, then he left, and unfortunately, with the new minister, it never went through that. If we are cabal for what? To do, we're doing what?
Okay.
We're dealing with what?
My second last question, Chair. General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi said he thinks that General Khumalo is a target. Do you also hold the same view? Because he even said that at some point there was an attempt to kill him at the airport, and they had to beef up his security. And there was also an attempt to link him with the murder of Cindy Somakaka, which was frivolous. Do you agree with that?
I totally agree with that.
Who is targeting Mr. Khumalo? And why is he a target?
I wouldn't know why they target him, but one thing I know is that General Khumalo is a good investigator, and he does his investigation proper. Yes, I will agree that he's been targeted, and I do agree that there were those incidents, and we beefed up security. And I think, yeah, some of the matters might require certain in camera to delve much on them, which might affect investigations. So I think maybe one would, it might not be a good platform to get into some of those details.
Is it true that the DG in the presidency is protected by members of the task force? Are you aware of that?
No, it's not true.
It's not true.
Correct.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Chair. Thank you.
We are cruising very, very nicely, honorable members. Your performance is very impressive, and I must give you this credit. Honorable Breitenbach, is it you or Honorable Cameron? It will be you. Once you are done, you hand over to Honorable Malema, and then we will break for lunch. In that way, honorable members, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, General. We have already established that you're well, so let's not go there again. So, General, you're the top cop in South Africa.
Your microphone is far from you.
You're the top cop in South Africa. You're the only real general in the South African Police Service. And you say that you hold the view that the instruction of the minister to close the political killings task team was ultra vires and encroached on your domain as the National Commissioner. So why did you not tell him so? Tell him that you won't close it down, that it's doing good work and that he's out of line. Why didn't you just do that?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. But even though I tell him that this team is doing good work, we're not supposed to close it, he said we must close it.
No, General, I'm sorry, you're missing the gist of the question.
Oh, sorry.
The question is, not that you didn't discuss it with him, I'm sure you did. Thank you. Why didn't you tell him you're not interested? He's encroaching on your terrain, he's out of line, he can't do what he's doing, and he must concern himself with his own business and you concern yourself with yours.
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. Like I said, I did my best to tell him, let's not close, and he insisted.
General, my difficulty is that he can't insist. So, I mean, let's just cut to the chase. He can't insist, he can't tell you what to do. You're the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. There's no one above you and he's not above you.
He's a Minister of Police, he's above me.
Not in the hierarchy of the South African Police Service, General, and you and I both know that. You call the shots in the South African Police Service, not the minister. And if he tries, you should tell him to go to hell. Why didn't you?
Yeah, well, I didn't tell them that. And I take him as Minister of Police. And I told him in a nice way that let's not do this thing. And he kept insisting, no, we do it.
So when you told him in a nice way and he didn't go away, why didn't you tell him in a less nice way?
Yeah.
That's not an answer. General, you're the National Commissioner. You're the head honcho. You're the boss, not him. Why didn't you tell him that? Tell him to mind your own business and go do your own job.
Yes, I'm the National Commissioner, but I'm subject to his direction.
You consider him to be your boss?
Yes, I consider him, yes, to be
your boss.
Supervisor, yes.
The National Commissioner of the South African Police Service thinks the minister is his boss. Wow. So then you said, you discussed with him, he gave you no answers, real answers about why it should close down. Nothing was satisfactory. And then you said something odd. You said, if it had been something about farm murders, the citizens of South Africa and parliamentarians would have reacted to the closing down. But because it wasn't, no one reacted. Now, why do you want citizens of South Africa and parliamentarians to do your job? It's your job to deal with that issue, not anybody else's. Did you come to Parliament and say, the minister is encroaching on your domain, he's exercising unacceptable political interference in the police service? Did you do that? And if not, why didn't you do it?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We did appear at the committee. We briefed them how good the political killings task team is doing its work. And there was any member of the team that would say, no, we think this the minister shouldn't do.
Again, General, I have difficulty with, you're a really nice guy. I mean, there's no question about that. But you're too nice. You're way too nice. You're the head of the South African police. Nobody can tell you what to do. You've got a lot of power. You don't seem to want to exercise it. And I don't understand that. Why didn't you come to the portfolio committee and say, this minister, tell them to call him to the portfolio committee and then sit there with him and say, this minister is interfering in the South African Police Service. He's telling me what to do. Why didn't you do that? How else would they have known?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We learn. So in future, if I'm still there, that's what I will do. What you say?
You say that no IMC has been created in the 7th administration. Why not?
Well, that we didn't know. Normally, IMCs get established when there is a specific problem. And yeah, I wouldn't know whether it was still going to be established or not for that specific matter of political killings. Maybe partially it might be because it was under control. The team was doing the work.
Let's have a look at that. So it was under control and they were doing good work. On page 15 of your affidavit, you say that 612 dockets have been allocated to the task team since June 2018 to date. So it's around about 7 years, is that correct?
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
Amongst other things, you say that 10 cases are pending a decision by the National Prosecuting Authority. So how long have they been with the National Prosecuting Authority? How long, generally speaking, do they take to make a decision? And how long have these 10 cases been with them?
For the political killings task team, Honorable Chair, because they do have the prosecutors that are working with them, it doesn't take long. So that is as of that time, I think February 2025. So those cases have been finalized and they've been handled.
You say 57 cases have been withdrawn. What are the typical reasons for these withdrawals?
Yeah, withdrawals, there will be, of course, various reasons, as Honorable Chair, as the Honorable Member knows. He was in this field before, so I wouldn't be able to table exactly one by one reason for the withdrawals, but it will be either maybe some of these suspects might have, or the case have fallen. Normally what happens here is witnesses do support the investigation. At some point, they turn around, especially your Section 204 witnesses. Some of them, they just somersault and turn around. We have one of the murder cases in Zululand where witnesses have done the same thing, which is quite I think it was a killing of a municipal manager. So I'm just giving an example, but that's some of the reasons that happens.
I would imagine that happens quite often in this kind of case.
You are.
And that must be one of the reasons why there's a political killings task team. So that proper care can be taken of the witnesses so that they don't become intimidated or killed, so that the case can run. Is that not what the task team does?
Yeah, no, the task team does. They do take care of the witnesses, but it just happens sometimes. Some witnesses run out of where they've been protected, and they end up being paid and they turn around.
And then you say 297 cases have been finalized. What does this mean?
Finalized means where they are, where there is either is acquittal or there is a conviction. Yeah, that's what it refers to.
So you'll agree with me, General, to understand whether the political killings task team has in fact been successful. We'd need to know how many of those 297 cases ended up in an acquittal and how many ended up in a conviction.
Yeah, no, there is such a breakdown. Maybe one can send such a breakdown in terms of how many. But yeah, most of them were quite. Let me just check if I won't find it here. Yeah, I think I'll look for it, Honorable Chair, and I will be able to give the honorable member. Thanks.
I won't hold you to it, General. Just give me a ballpark. 50% convictions, 60% convictions, 10%.
More or less 40%. But of late, as of this year, the conviction have increased quite a lot because most of your 2018-19 cases were finalized late last year and this year. So the performance is quite very good.
So, General, again, you're a very nice guy. Your subordinates seem to act with scant regard for you and your rank. They seem to disrespect you. Do you agree?
Well, they do respect me and we respect each other, Honorable Chair.
I said they disrespect you.
Yes,
They do as they please.
Honorable Chair.
They do as they please, clearly. And why do you put up with it? If you didn't want to close the political killings task team, why didn't you reprimand Sabia and tell him to concern himself with his own business and not act counter to your orders? How do you exercise authority over the people that report to you?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Yes, I was exercising authority, but as I said, there was also this lake that the Minister and General Sabia were also pushing.
Who's the head of the South African Police Service?
Myself, Honorable Chair.
And so Sabia doesn't listen to you. And your reaction is to say, just leave it, I'll do it myself. That's not exercising authority. Why don't you tell him to do the job you told him to do? He answers to you.
Well, that time, Honorable Chair, remember, I didn't know what was the objective of all this. I thought he can't really do what I expect him to do. Hence, I said, leave it. I'll do it myself and get other people to do it.
General Sabia is a lieutenant general. It's not an insignificant rank in the South African police. Surely he's capable of doing any job you tell him to do.
Correct, Honorable Chair, but he couldn't. So it was my understanding that time. It was that maybe he doesn't know how to do it. I didn't have a benefit of what we all know now. So
General, you can't cut out of it like that. I'm very sorry. You can't just say you didn't think that he couldn't, or you thought he couldn't do the job. How long have you known Sabia? He occupies the second highest rank in the South African police force. And when he doesn't do what you tell him to do, you assume it's because he can't? It looks to me like he wouldn't.
Well, that time I thought you can't, Honorable Chair.
And you say, we sit here today knowing what we know. And only after the 13th of May did we know that the plans to start the disbandment of the political killings task force started after the raid on Nhlanhla and Molefe. And before that, you didn't know it.
That's correct, Honorable Chair.
But how could you not have known? What is the crime intelligence doing? Are you not briefed daily on intelligence issues? And if not, why not?
Yeah, you do get briefed, but this one we did not know, Honorable Chair.
You know, the rest of South Africa knew and has known for some time. You're probably the only person who didn't know. How is that possible?
Well, Honorable Chair, I indeed I didn't know, I must say, and we only know that day.
Also said that you were not so sure that it was an illegal order from the minister. If you weren't so sure, the South African Police Service has got a huge legal division with lots of well-paid people. Why didn't you ask one of them for an opinion?
Well, we did ask, and they were also, some said yes, some said no.
That's not how legal opinion works, General, and you and I both know it. A legal opinion works like this. You give somebody a brief. You ask them for them, not their opinion, not what they think, what the law says. That's a legal opinion. And they would have prepared one for you and told you what the law says. Not something this, something that. That's not a legal opinion. And you and I both know that. So please, will you answer the question?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, thanks. As I said, I did ask, and that's what I got.
Some
And
said yes, some said no.
yeah, and that time, of course, I said it's a fine line whether it should be. Is it some would say yes, is a policy direction. Some will say no, he have encroached. So I chose my way to say I think he encroached. So I don't know what is the feeling of this Honorable House.
Did you get a written legal opinion on whether the instruction from the minister was in fact ultra vires or not?
Oh no, Honorable Chair, I didn't get written legal.
Why not?
I deemed sufficient what they were advising me verbally.
They weren't advising you. Some said yes, some said no. That's not advice. You didn't really feel strongly about this at all. You just go with the flow, wherever the wind blows you. Is that correct?
That is not correct, Honorable Chair. If I went with what he said, indeed, we wouldn't have the PKTD today.
Now, Section 207 of the Constitution mandates you to exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet minister responsible for policing. Is that correct?
Correct, correct, Honorable Chair.
And in your view, what does this mean? What are the parameters of your authority as far as you're aware?
Well, my understanding, Honorable Chair, is yes, Minister will develop policy and I implement, and he will give directions. I think the matter around directions is what one might say it's not clear as to what exactly, how far do these directions go? Do these directions mean giving instruction to say, don't do this or do this? So, but my interpretation was that, let's say for argument's sake, what he said is a direction. I hold the view that probably would have said, there's a problem with the PKTT. Check what is happening, whether it should still continue, yes or no. Then I will go and do that. So that's what I think would be a direction. But then, in this case, to go beyond to say close and close immediately, that's where I thought maybe it's an encroachment. But I think it's a matter that requires maybe some legal clarity.
So you've already said that you think the minister is your boss. If the minister's son, this is purely hypothetical, if the minister's son is arrested for something and he phones you up and says, let him go, will you do it?
What, his son do what?
Hypothetically, if the minister's son got arrested for a criminal offense and the minister phones you up and says, let him go, will you do it?
No, I won't do it. Through you, Chair.
I see. So General, the claims made by General Mkhwanazi, are they true?
Which claims?
The claims that he made in his press conference, everything he said, is it true?
Well, I do take them, yes, that it is true.
Well, if that's true, then the South African Police Service is in a huge mess. No? We should all be very worried. That's why we're sitting here today. Do you agree?
Honorable Chair, after the discovery of what we discovered on Nhlanhla's phone, yes, I agree, there are problems.
Again, General.
And that those problems, we are addressing them.
If that's the first time that you became aware of problems, and that's when you started to be worried, General, then you've been living under a rock for the last 12 years. Because we all know that's not where the problem started. You know it, I know it, everybody sitting here knows it. And if you don't know it, then there's a big problem.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I did say earlier, Honorable Chair, that the institutions of the justice system, yes, as you say, we know where it started. Yes, we know where the deterioration started, where the rot started. And we start implementing measures to improve. We know most departments were affected after 2009 and they were hollowed. That's a fact. And we are not all at our best capacity at this moment in time, but we are doing our best to clean up those areas that are affected.
Okay, would you tell me 3 things that you did? Because you've had a high rank for a long time. Will you tell me 3 things that you did to clean up crime intelligence?
Well, I removed some of the senior managers there. I appointed a new capable divisional commissioner. And, well, some of the things we're still doing, we're not finished. And in that space of crime intelligence, yeah, one might have limitations in talking, but we rectified some messes that were happening there in terms of informers' claims, senior managers abusing some resource vehicles. We attended to that. So, yes.
Did you fire all of the family members of Richard Mkhwanazi who he appointed?
We fired some, not only him, but we have fired some.
Did you fire all of them?
No, not all of them.
Why?
Some have been legitimately appointed. So General Kumalo was still busy dealing with those matters. But there are those that we found not legitimately, not only Mkhwanazi, but other families, and we fired them.
What kind of a relationship do you have with Becky Cele?
My relationship with Becky Cele is a minister of police. He was minister of police, and we only meet at work. We don't, after hours, meet to drink coffee or whatever. He lives his life, I live my life. We only meet when you are at work. We are not friends. We're working colleagues, but after hours, he has his life, I have my life.
Have you seen him since he's no longer the Minister of Police?
I saw him once. I bumped against him somewhere. But other than that, I don't talk to him. I don't phone him. He doesn't phone me. But I enjoyed working with him. Well, he have his shortfalls, problems, but enjoyed working with him.
You said yesterday that you didn't know Kat Nhlanhla or Brown Mkhwanazi. And when you say that, do you say you didn't know them or you didn't know of them?
I didn't know them, and I didn't know of them until General Mkhwanazi spoke to me about a Brown Mkhwanazi. Because he asked me whether I know this person. I say, I don't know. He says, no, this person was with you at Lisukisiki when 18 people were murdered there. I says, well, if he was there, I don't know this guy. Even Nhlanhla, I don't know him, I haven't heard of him.
Doesn't it concern you a little, General, because it concerns me more than a little, that the head of the South African Police Service says he doesn't know people that it's common knowledge are intricately involved in the underworld and amongst the most well-known gangsters in South Africa, and you don't know it?
Well, I must be honest, I didn't know of that. But now I know.
You say that you did not know who Babita Deokaran was, and that now we should all take pride in the fact that the theft and corruption at Tembisa Hospital has been stopped and has implicated Kat Nhlanhla.
As I said, I didn't know her before. I know her after there's a name of Babita Deokaran that she was killed. Yes, I know about her.
Are you aware of the fact that the actual shooters are serving prison sentences after pleading guilty? We all know how that little scenario works and will play out. The actual kingpins have never been caught. The persons who organized it and paid for it are still at large. And it doesn't appear as if anything is being done to apprehend them. How can this be something that you're proud of?
Well, I now know who are the masters of that, and we are busy with them. You'd recall that the case of those that were convicted was investigated by the Hawks, and now we are investigating a case of the masterminds. It's done by the GC Ops Gauteng. So we know them. We are dealing with that matter.
Have you ordered an audit of the Crime Intelligence Covert Fund? And if so, what were the results?
The results, after many years, where they were not getting, they were not getting a good audit. I think the last financial year, for the first time, they got an unqualified audit report, and it's quite a big improvement from where they come from.
You also said that since January 2025, you have been aware of a syndicate that has significant influence and connections within the political, law enforcement, and criminal justice systems. What does this mean?
What I mean by that is that this cartel is not only infiltrating SAPS. What we mean is that it does have influence to some of the people in the NPA, and it also does have influence to some of the people in the judiciary. That's what it means, and I took it from the report given by the members of the GC Ops.
Why haven't these people been arrested?
We are in the process. That's why we have Gauteng counterintelligence operations. They are dealing with that. You will see the results as time goes on.
Now, you know, it's nearly the end of October already. When?
To investigate organized crime, you know very well. It's not like you take a person. You can arrest a person now, yes, put him there, but if you don't really have the evidence to prove, then you have a problem. That's why we take so long. And of course, the arrest of Khumalo have also brought complications in the whole investigation, but the team is still there. They are going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, General.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General. I want to ask very few questions. I think colleagues have dealt with a lot of issues. Were you reluctant to open a case against those who were involved in the issuing of illegal directives or instruction, including General Sibiya, who wrote a letter to disband PKTT, even when you said you shouldn't issue that letter. I will deal with the matter.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and members. Good afternoon, Honorable Member. No, I wasn't reluctant. After we discovered what is being happening, I appended my signature, I appended my affidavit and give it to the members to open a case, which is, it's being open, it's an inquiry, but sure it will end up being a case.
No, but General Mkhwanazi says he came to you 3 times. And he only got the affidavit when he came for the 3rd time. He had to come himself to Pretoria and wait for you to write an affidavit. So why would he come to you 3 times if you're not reluctant to open a case?
You know, I wasn't reluctant, Honorable Chair. I wrote the affidavit, and of course, if there are certain matters that they find that they are not included in the statement, they will indicate, ask me to say, what about this? Then I'll amend the affidavit and write it and give it. I was never hesitant, Honorable Chair.
I don't think it is correct to say the crime scene is in KZN. The crime scene is in Pretoria. The dockets are taken to Pretoria. The letters are being written in Pretoria. Some of these implicated people are in Pretoria. You wait for a general from KZN to come and ask for an affidavit from you instead of you registering or opening a case in Pretoria as a top cop, because these things are happening at the head office, not necessarily in KZN. KZN and General Mkhwanazi tells us that he only comes in when they started touching PKTT. So, meaning these people have been running wrong things there in the head office. And generally, you don't open a case until General Mkhwanazi comes. What informs that?
Honorable Chair, the opening of the case, we only opened the case after we realized what is happening. Even he didn't open a case before because we didn't know what was happening. After we realized what is happening, then we wrote that's when I appended my affidavit, and we look as to where will this be. And we said, well, the team is in KZN, and we registered the case there in KZN. It didn't make a difference. But we said the scene is there where it happened. But yeah, that's how we arrived at it.
No, General, all of us agree that everything happened after you discovered there is a rot. There's something going on which is wrong. You should accept that you did not act in a responsible manner as a national commissioner after you discovered that there was something wrong. If General Mkhwanazi can open a case, you too had a duty to open a case. Actually, it was supposed to be you, not even General Mkhwanazi, because your deputy in Pretoria is the one who issues illegal instruction. Your minister in Pretoria is the one who issues illegal directives and to deal with the people of KZN. So the crime scene is in Pretoria. That's where it's being operated from. It's not being operated in KZN. It's being operated from the head office. As a national commissioner, you ought to take responsibility that on hindsight, you now realize that you are actually the most responsible person who should have acted on these matters.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I agree, the responsible, but where the case was open, remember the directive was directed to PKTT, and the seat of PKTT is in KwaZulu-Natal. And, well, you can't open a case without affidavit. I'm the first one to pen my affidavit, and this is how we open a case, because you can't open a case without the affidavit. That affidavit of mine is the one that opened a case.
Now, what happens, what are the police protocols when your deputy is told by the most senior, then highest authority. Don't do anything. Don't write this letter. I will attend to this matter myself. Leave it. And then you wake up the following day, this guy has written a letter. Let's leave the case and all of that. In terms of protocol, what did you do? Because Sibia gets suspended after the press conference of Mkhwanazi and all of that. But you discovered that this person, I told him, just from a labor point of view and hierarchy and protocols, it can't be that you can give your subordinate an instruction and he that is extreme. To write a letter to disband PKTT and you don't take action against him until there is this noise on Sibia. Only then we get to hear about special leave and all of that. But that is where after Sibia defied you and wrote a letter against your wish.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I did say that I did call him and say, leave the matter right at the beginning. He wrote letters, and later I learned that he's still doing this. Hence, I told him, hey, I called him, don't interfere with this PKTT.
Chair, no. I hear you. But what are the protocols? I mean, everywhere else, what are the protocols? If you say to this guy, don't write a letter, especially on such a matter, and he writes a letter, the protocol is not, hey, don't do this. What course of action are you allowed to take, and why didn't you take that action against him?
Well, one of the actions I can take is to warn him, which I did at some point in April, May. I did call him and say, stop doing what you are doing.
Now, General, from where I'm sitting, and I don't have a doubt, unlike Honorable President, I agree that you opposed the dissolution of PKTT. And you did it in your own manner, because sitting there, I can see an agreeable person. So you are not going to come across as if you are General Mkhwanazi or Malema or anything. You've got your way of communicating things. So that's your political principle. Whether they call it a boss or not, it's a political principle. It's overseeing your work and the work of the department and all of that. When he says dissolve PKTT and you are not agreeing, it can only be the way you are doing it. Okay, no, I hear you, why? And then the person is not budging on reasons. And then you say, well, let's take time, try to see how we go about it, because you're hoping something in between will happen. So you're buying time so that there could be a possible intervention. And amongst other things, in between, you went to the president and briefed him and all of that. Will I be correct to make that observation that right from the scratch, you were not in doubt that this thing must not be dissolved? But you can't speak to your minister as if you are speaking to your subordinate. You find a correct within a measured ways to address that point.
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yes, I believe that it's not right, and I find a way to address him, for him to open up, to tell us why is he disbanding this team, and that door remained not open.
Now, General, who qualifies to, when there is an information that deserves to be classified, who qualifies to classify information?
It is the author of the information.
So, minister can classify IPIT investigation on Palapan. Does he have a power to do that? If IPIT investigate and comes to the conclusions, and before they release, they share the information with the minister, a minister says, no, this report is classified. don't release. Does he have such a power?
No, it wouldn't be the minister who classified it. He can say it if he saw that the report is classified, but he doesn't have the power to classify it. The report would have been classified by the author, in this case, which is IPID.
So the IPID classified Phala investigation.
According to what you are saying, yes, that will be correct, because I don't have it with me and I wouldn't know what level of classification is there. But
No, I'm
the
not
author would
according
have.
to me. I'm asking if Phala was investigated by IPID and then at later stage they classified that investigation.
Themselves as the authors, through your honorable chair, would have, if the report is classified, it will be them, IPID, that classified the report.
Have you checked up on General Khumalo since he called since he went on sick leave or something like that?
I did, honorable chair.
And how is he doing?
No, he's doing quite well now.
So we should expect to have him soon.
Yeah, we can expect him soon, yeah. It was quite a tragic thing, but I think maybe a week or so, he will be fine.
Now, General, when you say PKTT did a good job and therefore it must not be closed down, are there few examples you can give us of the work done by the PKTT which are tangible and we can be in a position to make a quick reference to and confirm that indeed this team has made serious inroads?
Yeah, even though I don't have the details of each case, but there is a number of cases that I can give that they resolved. One of them, as I said, is the case of the DA councillor in Bergville. He was convicted for murder and killing. The case of also, I think it's a DA councillor around Howick. There has been convictions in that regard, and a number of people, including the Nkosi there, has been arrested, and the case is going on. And yeah, the case of Cindy Somakata, it is the PKTT that have unraveled what we now know. And the case is not yet still finalized. There has been conviction of some suspects or accused, but the case is not finalized. So there is still arrests that will unfold once the first phase is finalized. So yeah, some of the cases now and then you see in the media where I think recently they did get a life sentence in the murder at Ladysmith. They got life sentences. A number of cases they had life sentences. And in terms of arrests, we have seen they've recently, of course, brought Mr. Molefe on a number of cases, Ket Matlala on a number of cases. And in KZN, it's quite a number of cases, just that I will need to talk to each case, but those are the success that they have done. And also in terms of police officials that were involved in this type of political killings, or they aided in one or another or defeated the ends of justice, there is 34 police officials that the PKTT arrested, which some of them have been sentenced, some of them are still going court, and majority have been dismissed. Few are still left in the organization. And there is a number of firearms that they have recovered over 100 farms that they recovered, which were linked to these cases, where they also found people guilty of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. So, yeah.
Now, when they went to Molefe's house to arrest him, they found a leader of the PA, Kenny Kunene, with Molefe, and they claimed there were other people, including a journalist. Are you aware of other people who were found in that house, or any journalist who was found in the house of Molefe when he was getting arrested?
I'm not, yeah, I'm aware that there was a journalist, but I don't know who. But I know that they did find Mr. Kunene at that house.
And a journalist. A journalist.
Yeah, the journalist, yes. I don't know who the journalist is, but I know that they did find Mr. Kunene there. Actually, it wasn't the first time. When they went for the second time, they found him there.
When they went for the first time for Molefe, they found Mr. Kunene there, and when they went the second time, they found Mr. Kunene there.
Yeah, the first time he turned the gate, they were inside busy. He came to the gate and they showed him the road. And luckily, whatever he got, he went for the road.
General Mkhwanazi told us that you guys can search WhatsApps, including a view once and deleted WhatsApps and all of that. Do you have an equipment like that as SAPS, or have you outsourced that responsibility to a private company? And if it's a private company, whose company is that? And how was that tender awarded?
Honorable Chair,
because we don't want to be searched here WhatsApps by Nhlanhla. Yeah? You give Nhlanhla's tenders there, only to find this the WhatsApp thing is in the wrong hands. So we need to know if it's private, who. But if you've got equipment, that's enough.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The question is quite sensitive to answer this one. But we don't use service providers, but.
Oh, so meaning it's internal.
I do really, I don't want to confirm that we can do that.
No, General Mkhwanazi came and told us. He said it himself. It's not like we're bringing a rumor or anything. He was sitting there. He told us that they search WhatsApps. They take your phone and search WhatsApps, and they've got it. Even if you delete, they will still find a way of using whatever equipment. So it's not a rumor. He came here and told us that. So I wanted you as a top cop to confirm if indeed that is correct.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll have to go back and check with my division, crime intelligence.
Now, Mr. Nkabinde, what was his involvement in the operations of SAPS? Because he will be a chief of staff and operate at that level of the ministry. But the impression we get is that he was now interfering with the admin issues that do not necessarily need a political office to be involved.
Yeah, he would, Honorable Chair, he would interact with during meetings, when we have meetings with the ministers.
And he didn't, outside the meetings, he didn't get involved in the giving officials instructions or anything of that sort?
Yeah, no, from the SAPS side, I am not aware of, but from where he was worked once at IPIT, I'm not sure. I wouldn't know.
And then Brown Mkhwanazi, was he ever involved with SAPS operations or
No, what I know of, as I said, the first time, Honorable Chair, I heard of the name Mkhwanazi was from General Mkhwanazi when he raised matters, and I said, no, let's investigate it, and we investigated, because when he got involved, that's when he was alerting General Mkhwanazi about the Mbangeni search that was done at the prison by the members of SAPS. So it was at that juncture that he did speak to me about Mkhwanazi. He bring back an incident that happened long ago, which actually was resolved long ago by myself, of the Mbangeni search of a prison warder's house.
What is so difficult with issuing out security clearance to people like General Mkhwanazi? Because he says it's not of his own fault. There are many others who are waiting to get security clearance, and it looks like at the intelligence, a crime intelligence or intelligence office, there are some people who are just deliberately holding clearance certificates for certain individuals.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, one of the reforms that we are doing is in that environment to reform. We do not say if somebody is not supposed to get, must get. However, those that qualify to get, they should get. But yes, I picked up that there are problems, and General Khumalo was attending to those problems that were in that environment. So now I will take it further. I'm taking it further with the new DIFCOM, with a view to bring reforms in that environment. And the reforms doesn't mean they must dish out willy-nilly security clearances, but all we are saying is they must do it proper, because somewhere there is, they do things in the wrong way. For example, you would recall that there was an issue about the security clearance of General Khumalo, which was, they said was issued within a week, which is a lie. General Khumalo started the security clearance in 2018, and it was only finalized that time. And there is nothing wrong if I or any of the commanders saying, how far are you with so and so security clearance? They say, no, in a week we'll finalize it. Okay, no, finalize and let us know. There's nothing wrong with that. But then also there is a Major General Madondo who was there in crime intelligence, which they refused him the security clearance, and which was wrong, because before that, the same directorate did issue him with a security clearance. Because, for example, they say you have let's say, a case of assault some years ago when he was still a sergeant or a constable, and that case is expunged, and well, he was found guilty, dealt with it, whatever, he paid fine. And later, when he was a brigadier, they issued issued him with a security clearance. And when it expires, now you can't come and raise the reason that I don't give you now because 30 years or 35 years ago, you had an assault case, whereas you did issue after that. So those were the disparities that we picked up, and hence I think it was himself, General Madondo, and General Khan security clearance that we referred to our other sister department to deal with that. So, but we are reforming that section with a view to, well, it's not the only one, but it's a number of areas that we need to reform in that environment.
Will you agree with a proposal that the top management of the police must be subjected to lifestyle audit, and that lifestyle audit must be done outside SAPS, perhaps with an institution like SIU?
I do agree, Honorable Chair. Hence, I've undertaken that process in April, and we are quite advanced in terms of having those processes to go. I don't see any problem. SIU can do it or anybody else, but for now, SIU agreed to do it and they are going to do it. They will start with myself and go down.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We can go to lunch now. Thanks.
I want to thank you. This is so Christian-like. Honorable members, let me do this. I need to correct myself and apologize very profusely to Honorable Vessels. Because this morning when I opened the meeting, I said that we did not know about his whereabouts. And like the gentleman he is, he politely came to me and said, Chair, I know you are dealing with a lot of stuff. Let me remind you that I came to you yesterday to inform you that I will be starting at a doctor. And indeed it's true, the Honorable Member informed me that he will start at a doctor this morning. I want to apologize for any inconvenience that could have been caused on his part, on the part of the organization that he represents here, and the public that would have been following our proceedings. They may view him as a public representative who does not take them very serious when in fact the fault is mine. I want to very profusely apologize for that, and I think you will accept my apology, Honorable Vessels. When we come back from lunch, Honorable Members, the first speaker will be Honorable Ntuli, followed by Honorable Mwango, and then we will take Honorable Souls, Honorable Vessels, and then the chairperson will determine if there is going to be a break or not. And then the next speaker after Honorable Vessels will be Honorable Cameron, followed by Honorable Skosana, and the last is Honorable Sangoen. Thank you so much. No, yeah, the reason why is because the Chief Whip has requested to be released, Honorable Sangoen, and that is why we have to arrange it like that. But you are sitting together, you can understand it better. And then let me say, the honorable members who have requested to be released, once you finish speaking, if you see time is no longer on your side, you are gladly released from the meeting. Thank you so much. And then may we please come back here at 2:30. Thank you so much.